I just noticed when I looked outside. It's very, very windy today. I can hear it going, whoa! That's the sound the wind makes here. Literally, it's exactly like that. I perfectly replicated it. And I looked outside and I'm like, oh, the trees are all pretty because it's fall. And like, there's even leaves on the ground because it's a strong wind. So, point being, I should go take a walk. I should go take a walk and enjoy the pretty fall colors. But, anyways, we're on polearm only. We're on polearms only, very briefly. I did not bring enough to share with the class, I'm sorry. I only have one Xilonen C2 and I do not have any ability to share. That would bankrupt me instantaneously. What was I saying? Oh, we're on polearms only very, very briefly because I need to do dailies here. But also, more importantly, for those that missed... Where's the thing? There it is. For those that missed the end of my last stream, Akasha was down, and we couldn't get the ranking for my Arlecchino after I crafted this onset goblet. And it rolled, it was a 4-line, and it rolled pretty well, but obviously it had 3 minimum rolls into crit rate, which was unfortunate, and then didn't have any other relevant stats. So, anyways, like, this is a good goblet. It met the bar I needed for it to give my build more flexibility, but it also is like right on that line of where I didn't think it was good enough to just enable me to get #1 spot on Akasha. And then, you know, I spent like earlier this part of the, unironically, part of the reason I didn't make the account fixing video that I wanted to make this weekend was because of the fact that I got distracted by flying gun lady things. And then I also got distracted by, probably I spent like several hours mucking about with my artifacts in this account and just playing around with different combinations of artifacts that I had available. Like, oh, is it worthwhile to, you know, now that I have this on-site goblet, should I use, where is it? Where's my cracked EM timepiece that's in tenacity? Why am I struggling? There it is. Should I use this cracked EM timepiece for, like, the vape leaderboards or something, right? And I wound up getting a higher ranking than I would expect. If you saw my Discord server, I did post that. And I'll show it shortly. I don't mean to edge you guys. I was just trying to let a little bit of people join before I reveal it. And then also, I just wanted to do dailies. Because, wow, look, we are basically done with dailies, other than, well, we can use our resin quick, but... I will say it is this exact build that's on Akasha, except it's this same timepiece, this same feather. So this is the off-piece feather that the goblet enabled. Like I expected, this was the feather that made the most sense to use. C2 Xilo can be valuable for Yoimiya Burgeon due to her attack buff, somewhat making up for the lack of Bennett. Therefore, it's a must-pull con. Yes, I guess Timothy is correct. If you want to... I mean, to be clear, Xilonen C2 for Yoimiya, like more attack buffing for Yoimiya to detach from the misery of circle impact with Yoimiya, I could definitely see the value in that in general. I don't know Burgeon specifically, but maybe I'll test it someday. Anyways, this is the exact build. Also, by the way, I find it worth mentioning, I got this circlet yesterday. This, like, I already have this in circlet. This circlet is insane, right? It was a 4-line with high rolls in the crit damage and 1 bad roll in the flat attack, but that's still a beneficial roll. This was 4-line, had EM, flat attack percent, and it was 5.3 attack percent, 20 EM, and I think 19 flat attack. So it all started with like high rolls, 4-line, and then rolled double minimum rolls into EM, I think a minimum flat attack roll, and 2 low attack percent rolls. Like, that baseline substat combination, though, this is like the only way. This at a baseline before it was leveled up was like the perfect circlet for Arlecchino for me. Like, literally the perfect one. And then it just like rolled entirely, and like it rolled so like, even if it had the same exact rolls but they were like higher roll values, I'd say this could still be a very compelling circlet for like vape or melt Arlecchino or something. But because it low rolled so hard, it's just worse, right? It's just worse than this piece. So that was great. I was like, well, yay, the only circle that I'll probably ever see that had that baseline substat combination, and it just ignored crit. And attack, well, no, I didn't ignore attack percent. The attack percent was fine, but it went too much and too low rolls in the EM. So, anyways, you're doing a single pull to get Kale. Should you pull on to get pity? If you get to pity, like, you like both characters but don't know who. I mean, realistically, I don't know. If you like Chiori, she's more useful now, I think. I haven't messed around with her meaningfully, but maybe Chiori. Xilonen is probably the stronger, safer pick to go for as far as, like, if you're wishing for 4 stars. I don't think this is the most valuable banner as far as 4 stars go for most people, but, you know, Candace is on the banner. Anyways, so distracted. Let me get off of polearms only. So the ranking, yeah, that is a much higher ranking than I expected to get, quite frankly. number 8. Oh yeah, sorry. The feather was changed. The flower was changed because this flower got me to 99.8% crit rate. And like I have a higher. What's interesting is I have a higher stat value flower that has like 2 EM rolls. It's like 740% roll value, an insane flower. But it was worse for the overload rankings just because like getting that little bit of extra crit rate changed the difference for the average damage values for the calculation on the leaderboard. By the way, number 7 on the Jade Spear leaderboard. Ooh. If we go look at the actual leaderboard itself, the reason I want to talk about this briefly before we go over and test Xilonen C2 is there is some interesting lessons to be learned when looking at the very top end of the Akasha rankings. Notably, you can see one thing, how like I am number 8 with 265.8 crit value. The number 1 spot has like 10 less crit value than I do, right? And notably, I will say that this person's Arlecchino, like this has made me more optimistic for actually being able to get the number 1 spot, because if you look at Tower V's Arlecchino, the number 1 Arlecchino, right? Yeah, let me actually look at the, can I click on the build itself? There we go. This is the number 1 Arlecchino, right? And the number 1 difference you can see is look how much attack percent they have. 1, 2, 3, 4. They also have a lot better sands, which makes a meaningful difference too. Also, their goblet is, ugh. This is the goblet that I like. This is the goblet that I would have like preferred. Like this would have been my dream goblet. Is just get that like extra attack percent is the big difference maker. If you look at mine, right, you can stop clicking on the names. Do not like the UI of Akasha, quite frankly. If you click on the name, it takes you to the profile, or you click near the name. You know, not just on the name. Like I feel like it should only take me to the profile if I click specifically on the name, but it takes you to the name, or takes you to the profile if you click anywhere near the name, right, like here, which is what I was doing. But anyways, you can see my timepiece and goblet are relatively low roll value, but my overall stats are just really, really good, obviously. Anyways, Tower Breeze, right? High stat value in general, but you can see, like, right, this is a crit damage circlet with 14 crit rate. I have a very, very similar crit damage circlet, but it has 1 less attack percent roll because it was a 3-line versus a 4-line. And then, you know, I have a little bit different goblet situation, of course. Their timepiece is a lot better. And then they have, you know, a bunch more attack percent, right? If you look at my build, I have 1 attack percent roll, 2 attack percent rolls, right? With a little bit of flat attack. But you can see that's where the difference maker is, right? The way that I get number 1 spot is essentially by... If I get like a timepiece that has 1 more crit damage roll, if this goblet had attack percent instead of flat HP, just that alone, if this goblet had attack percent there instead of flat HP, I'm pretty sure would have put me in number 1. I'm relatively confident of that. By the way, it's worth mentioning also, if you look at the numbers on the right, this is actually what the calculation is. So this leaderboard is doing a C6 Chevreuse team calculation with Bennett. And by the way, that factor means like on polearms only, this is not necessarily the ideal build because Bennett is not a thing on polearms only. But from my own calculations, I have seen attack goblet versus pyro goblet be extremely similar. This leaderboard basically definitely wants pyro goblet because of Bennett existing. You can see I'm getting in this calculation 1.3 million. Right, 1,322,000. Number 1 is getting 1,350,000. Right, we're talking 30,000 more damage across the entire rotation. That's how many hairs we're splitting here. like 30,000 damage across a rotation for Arlecchino when she's dealing 1 million damage, like 1.3 million damage, is so extremely nothing. It's so extremely nothing. But my point is, like, what I realized is that my goal of #1 spot is absolutely doable, because I think the people that have these top rankings are not really farming that much of this set anymore, right? So I think I can get top 1. I think I can get top spot eventually. It is ultimately all it is. But don't do this. It's stupid, and that's what I want to illustrate with the damage numbers here. It's so stupid. It's so stupid to do this. Yeah, and I'm not that far away. I'm not that far away. But I also still might be very far away. Like, it still might take me 7 months of more farming to get, like, 1 improved artifact kind of thing. So, anyways. Thoughts on the reaction buffs. Extremely, extremely good. It's the most... It's the best thing they've done in recent years that have made me, like, look forward to the future of Genshin a little bit. I will admit to being a bit pessimistic lately about Genshin's future because of how truly little they have done to address any things that I would have liked to see be improved in the game, right? Like as a simple example that continues to forever frustrate me, their utter refusal to do something as minor as putting a damage dummy in the game, right? Like, not having a damage dummy in the game to test things just pisses me off so much. Like, more and more and more. And especially with the fact that they just, like, release Zenless from the get-go with a damage dummy thing. Right? There's numerous other things. But, like, yeah. Chiori's weapon for a DPS Xilonen, yes, but it's not really that good for plunge DPS Xilonen. And plunge DPS Xilonen is going to be our best DPS playstyle, in my opinion. Not that, like, mono geo-ish DPS Xilonen is unusable. If you're doing something like I was doing with Yoimiya, that's a Yoimiya, Yunjin, then she will be, or whatever it's called, this weapon, Uraku Mitsuguri. I think, no, not that. Yeah, Uraku Mitsuguri. Oh, frick me. Uraku Misugiri. There you go. Like, it gives, to be clear, it gives at least defense % for, like, plunge damage. So it's still, like, one of the better plunge weapons, too, I should specify. Because compared to, like, the weapon I was using in plunge Xilonen, would be just worse than it, but not, like, crazily worse, right? Because it gives normal attack and skill damage bonus, and skill damage bonus doesn't do anything for her. Normal attack bonus does. So, the double crit rate circlet, wow. Anyways, Zenless has the VR thing, that's what he means by a damage dummy. Indeed, that is what I mean, yes. Just a thing I can go to. It doesn't have to be like a menu, like it doesn't have to be a VR thing, but a thing I can go to whack on, and it shows me the damage numbers, and like I can do things like make them like exactly like they did in Zenless. I can spawn a different enemy, I can, like, whatever. It's just like, it just shows to me that, like, despite the fact that they want Genshin to be an everything game that appeals to many types of players, I'm not saying every single player cares about combat in Genshin, right? But I do, and a lot of people are like me and really are engaged with some of the combat design of Genshin, and it's what keeps people like me playing the game in the long term. And you can't repeat Patrol without jumping to Paw Patrol. Alright, let's get over to Xilonen. Oops, wrong thing. That was meant to be a turtle. Blam. It is a circumstance, right, of like they want Genshin to be the everything game, but then they refuse to actually give things to, like, some of their most dedicated players. And it really frustrates me, right? Because I think they could, and I do not think I'm wrong in that many of the things that would make some of the more, like, committed long-term existing players like me you know, any combat enthusiast happy in some form would also benefit the rest of the player base, right? Like, more people may start to like see all the other interesting things that like I find fun about Genshin, like how like they actually have some really cool ideas and how like the combat system works in this game. There's so many really awesome ideas in Genshin for the combat system, but they like I can't, as much as I like the combat of Genshin, I cannot recommend my friends go and play Genshin, right? I cannot recommend it to them. It takes the game has too many issues, and like there's nothing of actual meaningful content that you can actually do that necessitates engaging with the combat system to any meaningful degree. And like such little things, like the fact that they have this antagonistic approach where they just refuse to like have a damage dummy system in the game, so that I can do things as simple as, okay, let's go and test a rotation for a character. Let's see how they feel in the most optimal situation where I input all my button inputs, I can practice everything, and like it lets you illustrate the difference of like, oh, okay, and now here's an enemy situation, how that changes things a little bit, versus like the idealized rotation and whatever, right? Like, it's not like it would be a hard feature for them to implement. They just refuse to do it. And like, I don't get it. I don't know. So, anyways. Bro, your screen is wrong? What are you talking about? The turtle? The screen was not wrong. I put it up because I was changing accounts. Anyways, as far as C2 Xilonen goes, sorry for yapping about poems only and whatever. The interesting thing, oh no, okay. Does anyone know if I can go? No, I must not be able to, right? Because I'm just going to, I haven't been going here. Because I haven't started the Archon quest yet. I'm just assuming this is now Chernobyl, and like I can't go here because of the freaking Archon quest starting here. So I keep on having to teleport out to another freaking region, to be able to do like the crafting table and whatever. So you can't? Okay. It's a short conversation? Oh, okay. Well then I'll do that. I might do that later tonight. I don't know. I haven't been in the mood to do the Archon quest yet. That's kind of all. So, anyways, yeah, I've heard the Archon quest is good. I don't think I'll dislike it. I just haven't been in the mood to do it. I have so many other things, like as far as like story. Like I'm still reading the second book of Way of Kings right now. It's like as far as story things I'm consuming right now, story media. I have other priorities. I think we need to farm Xilonen, or not Xilonen, I think we need to farm Chiori materials today. I think I might be able to finish our talent materials. Oops. Probably not. No, I'll be able to get her skill maybe to level 10. Or sorry, not level 10, level 8. I don't think I'm going to level her talents past level 8. I wanted to keep her a lower investment unit anyways, and also I don't have the Mora for it, so whoop-de-doo. Oh my god, what? Has anyone else noticed this, by the way? How, like, I don't know, this patch has had extreme lag in different areas constantly for me. I have no freaking clue why. The only time it's done this before is, like, slight little bits shortly after the update when I was going to, like, new areas, but I've been going to the same areas and getting lag. Like, I thought it was, like, some recompilation things they're doing or whatever with new patch updates versions of assets and whatever. Like, it's something that's, like, not that crazy if it happens once. But I'm, like, going to Natlan and I'll have it happening in Natlan. Yeah, it's like the game is reloading resources the first time all over again. But, like, it's doing it in the same area multiple times. I don't get, they effed up something. Also, okay, I'm sorry. If we're complaining about things, I gotta finish complaining about one other thing. Holy f***. See? Actually, perfect freaking example. Immediately. I didn't even realize I did that, right? I think the reason... You see how I'm filtered to physical damage bonus goblet here? Actually, you can't see it because the chat is in the way, right? Physical damage bonus goblet is my filter right now, right? So, this frickin' filtering system that they changed, it was fine before, quite frankly. I don't know who was complaining about the filtering system that this change happened. Or this change happened because the Mahoyo internally thought that something was, like, working too well. I don't... Like, it was fine. It is so god awful now. This is their fake way of giving us artifact loadouts? No, it's not. It makes artifact management take more time. Because now I have to like, I was doing things as simple as like the reason the physical goblet was filtered is because of the fact that I got a physical goblet, I think from a boss farming or something, and I went to check my physical goblets, and I just went to my character screen, because no, yeah, I'm not gonna go to this freaking screen. Right, what, go to this screen and try to find that goblet? Like, no, frick you, no. Like, I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna go to my goblets, I'm gonna hit filter, go to physical goblets, and look at the freaking physical goblet that I got, right? And compare it to the ones I existing have. And then I exit the screen. Alright, cool. But then what happens is I go back and I'm like, oh, okay, I wanna go tweak around something on Xilonen's build. And I go in her goblet, and I'm just like, okay, where's that, like, wait, what the? What's happening? Why is there, what's the organization? What's happening? Wait, why is it physical goblet? It's because it remembers now. I hate that. Don't do that. That's so awful. Don't remember the things. If I exit the menu, I want it to go away. Like, it remembering when I'm in this menu? Good, obvious. Like, so anyways, there's constant, I have to constantly go back into here and reset this. And then also the fact that like it does it by individual category now. See, it's one of those things that's like, it seems like it makes sense at a baseline, but is extremely frustrating in practice because the fact that what I actually want to do is just like, I was trying to like min-max def percent and ER on my Xilonen, right? So I wanted to set it to def percent and ER on basically every category for her pieces other than the time piece, which I didn't need to worry about. So I had to go into here. Yeah, if I want to sort by def percent and ER, I have to go into here for every single individual one. Like, that was the reverse order. I have to do it for everyone. And then if I, like, wait, there's a toggle for it? Where's the toggle for it? Is there really a toggle for it? Where's the toggle for it? Because it's so awful. It's really awful. It is one of the least well thought of freaking decisions in the game. Like, it's truly, truly god awful. The amount of time that wasted for me this week, having to click through the menu, being confused, going back into it, not realizing I still had a filter set, and having to go through here because I need to look at a different artifact. Like, so many freaking clicks. When, like, it was just, you set the filter, and it was set to that no matter where you were. It was simple, obvious, intuitive, what it was always doing. If you had a filter set, it was there, doing it. And then if you wanted the filter gone, you do this, and you go back in. That was as simple as it was. It was freaking fine. It's not they added one step. They added 500 steps in 100 different contexts. It's so god-awful. Like, it literally makes the artifact situation substantially worse. Like, the not having an artifact loadout situation substantially worse. Like, unironically, how awful this filter system is now is it's going to be faster for me to, like, go instead of, like, setting to a physical goblet, I'm going to have to just scroll down to physical goblets. Like, that is going to be faster now. God. It's so awful. Like, I do not like, did they put that in the beta? How did people in the beta not have that problem? Are the beta players literally never freaking switching artifacts? Like, Jesus. But even then, I don't even think it matters in the beta, honestly, in this context, because, like, how the F do they not, like, notice the problems with that immediately? Yes, I'm aware that people that have less artifacts are not going to have as much of a problem. But they also are very much trying to balance this game around incentivizing you grinding for 10 years and having a million different artifacts for different characters. So, like, it's going to become a problem for any player eventually. Ugh. So anyways, yes, a toggle, if there are some people that like that setting, I think you're insane. But, you know, yeah, just add a toggle for, like, whatever, I don't know what you call it, per artifact filtering or something. But I just want I just want the filter system back. It's so awful now. It takes so much longer than it used to just muck around with builds. It's so god awful. It's actually better. You probably need to get let go of the previous muscle memory? No, it's not. It's not better when I have to click into the menu for the same thing. If I just want to sort by def percent and see what the highest def percent pieces are in all of my like substats for all of my pieces, I used to be able to click once, set it to def percent, and then go and click through and look through things. It was 2 clicks. And then I click through the different menus. Now I click and 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 I click, and then I have to not forget. I also, if I want to I have to go and click back through and reset them all individually. It's not resetting. It's not like, oh, resetting takes 1, 2, 3 clicks. Like taking 1 click more to reset is fine, right? Because before it was back out, back in. It's still 1 click more at a baseline, but it's not 1 click more. It's actually like 15 clicks more. Because I set filters for everything. So I have to go back and hit reset. It's not 1 more. It's like, I was confused at first because I was like, this shouldn't feel this much worse. And I was like, wait, no, it's because I have to do 500 more clicks. Anyways, sorry, I got to yap about that because like it really, really pissed me off this week. It made me so annoyed. It's just extremely poorly thought out. I'm sorry. And like, congrats, Maha. You managed to make a frustration I had with the game worse. You made the misery of like inventory management in this game even worse. I love when they have poor thought out quality of life additions. Anyways, for Xilonen basics, burst or burst. Oh, for talent priority for DPS Xilonen. I mean, quite frankly, like, you know, yeah, if you're going to play DPS Xilonen a lot, level her talent, her normal attack talent a little bit. And you probably want to level her burst a little bit for her healing anyways, right? For non-DPS Xilonen. Like, I don't know. I think you can very healthily... It's not that many resources, I think, for anyone that's committed to using a character a lot to take talents to level 8. So, like, would it take it past level 8 for normal attacks? Probably not. They're not that valuable. Unless you really, really like DPS Xilonen. So... Anyways, boy, we got distracted. I'm sorry. I am sorry. Oh, good lord. I might have to go. Yeah, I'm 27 minutes in the stream, and I'm only just starting to talk about C2. I'm gonna put a timestamp in the comments. 27:15. Let's say 27. 27:15 to skip to C2 things. So for anyone that wasn't aware, the thing, so I activated this during the DPS Kachina video, by the way, to see how much it helped Kachina. The answer was very, very, very little. And that's just because Kachina's scalings are really bad, and like how valuable a, you know, the 50% geo damage bonus is going to be for Kachina. Actually, sorry, it's damage dealt plus 50%, not 50% geo damage bonus, which does have nuance, because that means if you, because that technically means if I'm doing like, oh, you know what's funny? That technically means, no, never mind, that doesn't work. I was gonna say if you're doing plunge, but anyways, it means that like her physical damage goes up by 50% as well. It's not geo damage bonus; it is damage bonus for geo units specifically, which is weird. But anyways, a point being, it's, you know, just damage bonus, and like how far damage bonus is going to take you is going to be dependent for a geo unit, right? It's going to be dependent on their scalings, and Kachina's scalings are not that good. I was surprised though, like how little it felt like this was doing. Like it almost felt like this was doing nothing. I don't know, right? Like, was this blessing not functioning for Kachina or something? Because like I was doing like 15k damage outside of Overworld. No, I was doing like 14k damage in Overworld without Farina buff. Farina buff took her to like 17,000 damage, and then this buff took her to like 18,000 or something. I don't understand why it was doing so little, actually. Like, I'm pretty sure it was, I don't know, whatever. I didn't calculate or anything, but it was weird. And obviously there's differences with like resistances of enemies. I don't think there was huge differences in the resistances of different enemies, but anyways, C2 Xilonen did not do much for DPS Kachina. that's what it is. Xilonen C2 is for Chasca? Yeah, no, it's not. No, it's not. Xilonen C2 does not do anything for Chasca. You are misunderstanding Xilonen C2. Additionally, when her source samples activate, all nearby party members will gain effects corresponding to the active source sample that matches, keyword, matches their elemental type. Chasca is not Geo, not Pyro, not Hydra, not Cryo or Electro. C2 Xilonen does not do anything for Chasca. If your intention is to try to get C2 Xilonen for Chasca, stop right now. It will not benefit you. So, anyways, it literally will do nothing for Chasca's damage. Xilonen can do something for Chasca's damage, but she's not like the greatest pairing, to be clear. We're not going to talk about. Sorry, no. Let's not get into Chasca. I've had hardcore whiplash with Chasca, by the way, for the last couple days. She's going to be a perfectly fine character. I'm not super enthused with how she currently is, personally, because I think she's misleading at what she does and what she could do. She could be so much more than she is, but instead Mihoyo went the most generic route possible, with the only selling point being Rainbow Vomit, but it's Rainbow Vomit that doesn't actually apply that much of the elements that she's looks like she's doing. She's doing fake. She's faking you out, basically. She's not actually applying that much of the elemental damage. Her application is kind of, look, like she triggers one reaction per shot. Like that's, sorry, 2 reactions. She technically swirls and then she triggers one other reaction. It's so, she could be so fun. I hope she gets changes. I hope they tweak her a little bit, because like, it's not her damage output that's a problem. It's not her like multiplier value. But anyway, that's all I'll say. I'm not super enthused with Chasca. I think she could be super cool. I initially had a negative reaction, and then I had positive after thinking about her more, and then like negative, and then positive, and now I'm kind of like negative again. But now I'm very much more in the, I'm extremely whelmed by her kit state. Not really negative, I'm just very whelmed. Anyways, distracted. That's all I will say about Chasca. Who I did, by the way, if Mihoyo's watching, that wasn't leak discussion. That's just me guessing on what her kit might be based on your drip marketing. I'm just making educated guesses. I have not seen any leaks. Or if they were leaks, I didn't know they were leaks. At least I thought they were just marketing. So yeah. Anyways, the geo damage buff is like fine. The Pyro buff is attack percent. That's the weakest one of these, because oftentimes if you're playing with Pyro, you might be playing with Bennett. But the buff does have the upside of, it might lessen your need to play with Bennett with Pyro units, and that's cool, because Circle Impact can be yay sometimes. So, but to be clear, by the way, like Bennett on an invested like Aquila build, when you have like C5 Bennett level 13 burst, like this is the maximum amount of attack buff Bennett can give. He gives about 1200 attack, which how much attack percent that is going to be dependent on like what your character's base attack is, but usually it's in the neighborhood of like 120% attack. But even without Aquila, by the way, he gets towards like 100% attack. Is like kind of the comparison. If you're trying to compare Bennett's flat attack buff, which is how much it's equivalent to attack percent, is dependent on the character. But the approximation would be that with an Aquila build, it's equivalent to like 120% attack. With a like a Sapwood Blade build, it's more like 100% attack, right? So that is to say, like the attack percent buff for Pyro units specifically is like half of Bennett buff. It's not crazy, but it's also enough to be enough of a difference maker that it might free you from using Bennett, and that might be a nice thing. So, and like freeing you from Bennett might give you additional like better clear times in some ways, because you could put a different unit in the team instead of Bennett, and whatever, right? So I do think that it has some upside. More attack percent buffs in the game means less need for Bennett. Good. But it's the C2, so like it's still like the most underwhelming part of our C2 because of the other things available in the game. Staff of Scarlet Sands is pretty good for Arlecchino. The Hydro buff is good because Hydro HP buffs are rare, like very rare. So like this is like, I think as far as constellations go for HP buffing Hydro HP scaling characters, so I don't know, Xilonen C2 Xilonen C4 is theoretically still more interesting because it does an HP buff for the whole team, of like about 40%, I think, after, well, she has to hit 4 enemies, I think. So Xilonen C4 is like theoretically better, but it's a C4 versus a C2. The reason Xilonen C4 could be better is because, like, I don't know, Kuki. We're gonna be discussing shenanigans with where is she? With Kuki, right? There are units that do HP scaling damage that are not Hydro characters. Layla is a cryo character that does HP scaling damage. So this being restricted to Hydro units, like point is the restriction to specific units like limits this in ways that I think people might be overvaluing a little bit if you just feel like, oh, it's not 45% HP to all teammates when you have a Hydro member on the team. It is 45% HP to specifically Hydro teammates. The crit damage buff for cryo units is pretty cool because, quite frankly, I think cryo units need the help right now. So having more options for making cryo units stronger is nice. This is a very strong supportive constellation. I want to emphasize that, right? I do not think it's necessarily on the tier of value of like strength of like compared to like C2 Nahida or even Farina, but I think it has the most fun value because of the last one. And I've seen some people, like I think I saw Jay Stern in his like post-release testing whatever thoughts video, where he's like, he said with his C2 Xilonen, he felt that the Electro buff was pointless. I don't know if he didn't realize one aspect of the Electro buff, or if he just, well, okay, no, I know what's happening. It's because of the fact that he's just a freaking, he's the same as most other theory crafters, where they just like spreadsheet impact their life away, and what they care about is clearing as fast as possible. But there's no mechanisms in the game. I still maintain this personal baseline of like, this is how we should evaluate characters and what you can do with them in the game. And this is also why most constellations are extremely pointless, to be clear. And like why the stat buffs, I don't really care that much about the stat buffs. I don't really care that much about anything that's not the Electro buff here. Because of the fact that like my qualifier is like, my qualifier for what is a good enough team is, can you clear? Can it clear? And that's going to be extremely dependent on like the specific abyss cycle, enemies, etc., etc. It's all very context dependent, right? There's no universal context to evaluate teams within from Genshin. And that means like characters that are the most versatile characters are the strongest, right? It's why like Farina is ridiculous because she's super versatile. It's why Xilonen is really strong. It's because she's super versatile. And like, so it's like you know like Ayaka, for example, is not a weak character. But in the context, when you start evaluating on the holistic context of like how many situations can you actually use Ayaka for her main strength, she's a pretty bad character when you evaluate all the context, in my opinion, because she's not very versatile. She's not unusable by any means. I think if I had Ayaka and I really liked her, I wouldn't struggle that much to make use out of her, as long as you embrace not doing more than just freeze things with her. So, point being, stat values like this, like supportive constellations that give a bunch of like stats, make your other units stronger. I like them more as if you're someone considering going for constellations. I like them more than going for DPS constellations. Still, because of the fact that like going for like Nubilat constellation or whatever, right? Because at least this constellation, right, for the Hydro buff, right, that will benefit like your Farina. It'll benefit your Mualani. It'll benefit your Siege Queen. It'll benefit benefit Nubilet. It'll benefit Yelan, right? It benefits all the Hydro HP scaling things. Rather than you pulling a constellation that just benefits one character, right? I do think, as far as constellations go, it is a more valuable one because it has the potential to benefit many, and it has the potential to uplift weaker characters to a point to be more usable. It's not going to magically change things when units are just really fundamentally not made to do much damage, like Kachina, quite frankly. But it very well can uplift, more and more like non-optimal things to get to the point to reach that threshold of being able to clear the content, right? You definitely don't need all the strong supportive constellations to do that or anything, but having some of them can be valuable, is what I can say. But ultimately, I don't care about the stats that this gives for the state that my account is personally in. I really don't care about the stats. I care about the Electro buff, which is not a buff. well, it is a buff in that it gives energy, and that is stats by nature. Like you could reduce your energy needs, kind of thing, right? Like that's the most boring, generic theory crafter take, right? Whereas like when you're spreadsheet impacting, the value of the Electro buff is reducing your energy recharge needs. Like that's the most boring arse take you could have about the Electro buff. And that is, quite frankly, what I have seen most of like the theory crafter takes in the community be about, is that her C2 Electro buff is just like, it's just energy refund. You can't really do anything with it. I don't know, as far as like specific individuals, if they realized exactly how that worked. So let's switch to Kuki to demonstrate this. I don't know this is the exact team I'm going to use, to be clear with this, by the way. I very well likely might switch to a different team. But, right, so Kuki, her burst. Let's look at her burst, right? It has a 60 energy cost and a 15-second cooldown. And Xilonen C2, if you go and look at that, right, says it restores 25 energy and decreases elemental burst cooldown by 6 seconds. But what you gotta think about, this is not a stat buff that is just active for a duration, right, like the other ones. This is a one-time instance thing. This is a thing that happens after something is triggered. And the trigger effect is when her source samples activate. And her source samples activate when she's in her support mode, when after you do 2 normal attacks after using her skill. And her skill cooldown is 7 seconds. So that means every time you use her skill, you can then do 2 normal attacks and activate her samples and trigger her C2 Electro refund. This is not 25 energy and 6 second burst cooldown in like a rotation. It is in teams that allow it. Like every single team won't allow you to do this multiple times for rotation, because like you have to be able to swap back to Xilonen like every 8 to 9 seconds ish. But the extrapolation is that this can be 50 energy and 12 seconds of burst cooldown rotation, right? And ultimately what this is going to do for Electro units is allow them to use their burst a lot more. And where its value will shine the most is in teams where you can flexibly do that, where you don't have to like do a very set rotation constantly. And I think this Electro one is the most interesting because it literally lets you think of using characters in new ways. So let's go. We gotta be able to whack on an enemy to do this. When you're going to activate Emily's constellation, I have no idea. I didn't need this, right? Like, I was perfectly fine losing them 50-50. The only reason I have it is because I couldn't, when I made the Mualani video, for the concept of the video, because I was focusing it on the capturing radiance mechanic, I couldn't have a guarantee. I realized I effed up that by continuing wishing. And I was just like, frick. So I had to get it. And, like, I don't need it. Like, I'm fine not having it. I don't know. Like, maybe when her rerun happens, I'll just, like, activate it and be like, haha, oh, see, frick, I've gone here multiple times since the patch is updated, and it keeps on reloading this area. Why? What did they do? God, they have made the game more laggy. Freaking, god dang it. That's really unfortunate, because, like, Genshin has always been, like, one of the most optimized games I've freaking seen. For how, and it looks really good, but runs really dang well. Now it just has these massive lag spikes constantly. It sucks. The game still runs fine. It just has these lag spikes from loading shit for some reason. Anyways, so let's demonstrate here. We'll obviously burst right away just to get that out of the way. Do that, doot, and you can see we got 25 energy, and you know we can do whatever. I actually don't want to kill you, so I'm not going to do Dia. But we'll go back to view, right, and then we can do it again, right. And like that's what this is. It is in teams that are going to allow you to flexibly rotate, which is not going to be every single team, right? There are teams where like her C2 energy refund, even though it like might be a really good idea on paper to be able to like use multiple bursts and rotation on Kuki, won't necessarily do that much, right? But anyways. It's actually giving more energy than it might seem in many situations. And it enables you to do like unique things, like conceive of the fact that, oh, wait, Kuki is doing 82%. This is on level 11, right? She's doing 82% of her HP at max. The reason it says either 48% or 82% is because she does more damage if she has less than 50% HP. So there's some weird nuance that'll be interesting to work around with. The reason she gets more damage is because it just lasts longer, right? It does 2 seconds versus 3.5 seconds. And like Kuki's burst is like normally just like useful to like front load some Electro, so you can like get an Electro swirl in or something, right? I'm so tempted to just, I didn't realize, am I saving these for anything? Well, I'm not going to do it right now because of like money, but I want to. So anyways, yeah, being able to just flexibly switch between to Xilonen, right? To be able to activate her skill again after the cooldown is done. Because of the animation time of like her doing her normal attacks, like the function, it's like, again, like 8 to 9 seconds is the limit of how often you can activate this Electro ability. But that's like a lot of energy you can constantly refund. The weird thing will be like, okay, this is not the build I would use, right? But like, if I'm doing like burst DPS Kuki to try to maximize her burst damage in this context, wherein we're reducing her cooldown and giving her energy so that we can do multiple bursts per rotation. The conception is like, okay, if we're getting 50 energy from Xilonen every rotation and doing 2 bursts, that's a total of 120 energy. With 50 energy refunded, we need enough energy to Kuki to be able to do this consistently. Like as if she had a 70 energy cost, right? Is kind of what the conception would be on someone like Kuki. So energy needs are weird when you're going to conceive of doing this, is my point. Characters will still have energy needs if you're going to make the use of the burst cooldown reduction. But it also, you can just use it as a, instead of using bursts more often, you can just use it as energy refunding, and then, you know, functionally make it so like Kuki would have basically no energy cost. And that can be an upside in some way as well, right? So if we look through, actually, let's mention the Electro characters I don't have, which I think is the only Electro character I don't have. Not sure. No, it's also Cyno. Yeah. So as far as Cloran goes, bursting on her, she has a 15-second burst. It's a very fancy animation. I don't know if it's that relevant. I think she triggers Aggravate 3 times, or does she only trigger it twice? I don't know. Someone can clarify for me, or not Aggravate, just how many times does she apply Electro, specifically from her burst. By the way, Cloran should get a nice like little uplift with the reaction buffs next patch. Like Electro Charge Cloran teams, they might not necessarily compete with Aggravate teams, but she'll have other team options that become meaningfully stronger, which is cool. It is 3? Okay, yeah. So with 3 instances of application, then I don't know, maybe it is relevant, right? It'd be interesting. And for sure at a baseline, right, it would let you burst every rotation, which is a meaningful DPS increase, potentially, right? Because normally you like wouldn't build Cloran to be able to burst every rotation if you don't have enough energy for it. Like you'd rather just spec into more DPS stats rather than worrying about energy recharge. It can be like a side benefit of having energy recharge stats, but something like Xilonen just lets you like get it back anyways. It should be. So oh, it is 2? Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, well, then with 2 applications, I don't know. Like, it's not like, this is, to be clear, level 1 skilling, obviously. I don't know. I don't know how valuable it really is for Cloran. It could be fun for her, though, just because of, like, you know, the animation is fun if you like it. Cyno, realistically, because of Cyno's, like reducing Cyno's burst cooldown is interesting. The core value that Xilonen has for Cyno, although, is that just like at her C0 base kit, is she can give, you know, the VV tier buffs, but like throughout like most of the duration of Cyno's burst. Whereas like Kazuha would run out before you do anything. so I think Xilonen is just really valuable for Cyno at a baseline. Her C2 reduces his energy needs probably to basically nothing, is probably the simple thing it does for most Cyno players. And being that, and it could also like make him a lot more comfortable to use in overworld, which would be nice. Like it very well might be a constellation that could fix how bad Cyno feels in many situations. But it won't necessarily result in that much more of a DPS increase for Cyno is my guess. Reducing his burst cooldown to 14 seconds could be valuable for being able to cut his burst short in order to restart a rotation. Like C2 Xilonen would maybe enable you to do Xilonen, Cyno, Kazuha, Fischl. I don't know, right? Right, you could maybe do that. Wait, there's no Dender in that team. Throw a Dender user instead, sorry. So Cyno, Kazuha, Xilonen, right? Because like if you're cutting his burst duration down, you're not losing as much DPS from VV, like losing up like VV's lower uptime because he's only doing like a 14-second burst, whatever. So, anyways, it's interesting with him, but I don't think it's like, it doesn't like crazily change him. I think it just like would be like something you would notice because it would make him feel a lot more consistent. You know, like if we like extrapolate, if Xilonen was a polearm user on my polearm only account, I would definitely use Xilonen with her C2 in the last slot of like my Cyno, Emily, Toma team. And then Xilonen would just obviously buff him a lot at a baseline, but then more importantly, if we had C2, they would make me like switch off of the ER timepiece, for example, and still had the same experience of having more than enough ER to never have to worry about like his energy situation, make him feel better and overworld kind of thing. Like I prefer ER timepiece on him because I barely notice the difference in damage compared to my attack or EM timepieces in most situations, and I do notice just having his burst up more consistently. So, anyways, even if like I definitely have teams with Cyno that don't need an ER timepiece, right? Cyno extends the time of his ult with his talents. Yes. Yeah, the duration here was not what I was talking about. I was talking about the cooldown, not the duration, right? But yeah, his he can literally last like I believe he extends it by like 8 seconds or something. I don't remember exactly what it is. So he has like an 18 second duration burst, but actually he can burst for like his literal full cooldown because of hit lag, if I recall. So like you can literally be bursting on Cyno and then his burst ends already, right? So like cooldown reduction doesn't necessarily do that much for him, other than just give him more flexibility, and that is, I think, a very good thing. Like that flexibility is something that can very much result in faster clear times, right? Because being able to have a team that has more flexibility to adapt to new wave spawning, to restart things, restart your buffs going, restart whatever other characters you have paired with Cyno, right? It would give Cyno more team flexibility ultimately, because like Cyno has that problem of his burst lasts too long, and like, well, you could make his burst last shorter, so, and have a shorter cooldown, right? You could technically do like 15-second rotations with Cyno with Xilonen C2 potentially, right? And I think that's very interesting. It's still definitely something like that is potentially compelling. This is specifically our skill. Infusion after using Spirit Warding Lamp Troubleshoot Can. That's their skill, right? Yeah, that's their skill. This one's weird. All right, we can go through my characters so I can see my skillings for characters I do have leveled up. So we'll talk about Cookie more, but Dori is weird, right? Dori does some unique, interesting things in her kit. I don't want to get super in depth into it, but I was specifically looking at this because like the infusion she gets. And the team-wide healing she gets from C6. But it triggers based off her skills, so that doesn't really matter. But notably, the interesting thing with her burst, right, in her baseline kit, is it'll restore HP, but then also restore energy. And it also applies Electro to the active teammate. And applying Electro means you can like trigger reactions with other self-application, which is very interesting. So yeah, like I made a Dori video on Binge's account a little while back, and that specific line of being affected by Electro is a very interesting aspect to her kit, and it's going to become more relevant with the reaction buffs in the future. But anyway, she has like weird nuance and like goofy things you can do with the way that you could trigger Bloom with the line attached from her burst in particular. but she has a problem in that it lasts 12 seconds and the cooldown is 20 seconds, right? So I can easily see it being far more compelling to do something like, let's see. The reason we're going through this process, this is not really testing it, I'm sorry. But this is just like, this is testing in my brain. This is testing in my brain. Reactions getting buffed, overload, Electro Charge are probably the most important ones. Electro Charge is probably the most significant one in my opinion, I think. But we'll see. But overload, Electro Charge, Shatter, and Superconduct. One fun thing, hopefully I remember to do this. I didn't make another video after getting C6 Kave because like it just didn't really make that much a difference. it's sadly, but I will probably make another video in version 5.2 for Kave because Shatterbloom Kave might actually be a compelling enough team to clear content. I'm not kidding, and that's cool. So, anyways, overload buff is nice. I wouldn't say it's necessary. None of them are technically necessary. Mihoyo could have done nothing, but just like the buff. What the buff it does is really important because think about how like the like power level of like artifacts that are like specific to Natlan characters, and you know the average power level of the units has been like definitely seems like to me I think it's going up on average. Like you know, to some people the gimmick of Natlan might be the movement gimmicks and whatever. Quite frankly, for me, the mechanical gimmick of Natlan seems to be power creep. Like more than anything before, I am of the opinion that Mihoyo has done, generally speaking, a pretty good job avoiding power creep, and then there is still enough nuance to the different relevance of different things in Genshin character kits that it's not just power creep oblately across the board. But right, they're releasing stronger things, right? The new artifacts are basically just stronger versions of things we had before, but specifically for Natlan units. And I swear to God, if Mavuika enables the Natlan artifacts for all of their characters in the game, like the DPS set is like a bit kind of whatever because we can already do like MH with Freyna. But oh my God, I really honestly don't want to live in the future reality where Mavuika enables the support Natlan set whenever Mavuika's in the team. Oh God, it will be awful, especially with them making the artifact system worse. Anyways, beside the point. Yeah, Genshin's power creep is not too bad, right? They've done a good job in general, but it does feel like they are power creeping a bit, is what I would say. So what they're doing by changing like the reactions, right? By buffing the reactions in version 5.2, it means older characters are benefiting from that a lot, like a lot. And I think some of the older characters that, you know, apply a lot of an element benefit the most. Or characters that just do weird things like Dori can benefit a lot. So it's worth mentioning, right? Because of the fact that like it doesn't really benefit most of the new characters that much, right? It does nothing really for Mualani. It doesn't really do anything for Kanich. It doesn't really do anything for Chasca. I mean, it does something for Chasca, probably more than the other units, but not a lot because Chasca doesn't actually apply that much of the elements that she converts. So, but oh, by the way, it is worth it. It is really funny. We thought Fischl wasn't gonna get buffed this year. Right? Fischl got buffed insanely with Denjo. Fischl got buffed insanely, well, not as insanely, I would say, but pretty significantly with 4-piece Golden Troop releasing last year. And this year, Fischl's getting buffed by Electro reactions getting buffed, like Overload getting buffed and Electro Charge getting buffed. And what is unique about Fischl? She just poops a ton of Electro on things and can deal good damage. They buff Fischl again. So, anyways, Xiangling, yeah, technically gets a buff with that because she can trigger the overload reaction, but I'd say it's not like we're gonna start building full EM Xiangling or anything, but you can. It is technically a buff. So, anyways, I do think like units like Beto, like the older units, any unit that can just trigger a bunch of reactions potentially, is getting meaningful value, and like it's valuable in that like if you were feeling like like some people might be feeling like, I just so much more value the uptime of Xilonen's buff and her healing more than I value the grouping of Kozma most of the time. Well, Kozma was getting a meaningful buff. Kozma was getting a meaningful buff. So like they're further differentiating, you know, the relevance of like Kozma versus Xilonen like, and whatever, which is a good thing, right? So like this is a positive change for all like the non-Natlan units, especially, is what I would say. All the less recent units, and that's really cool. It might have the potential to make, you know, other meme things to still meme, like Shatterbloom Kave, but substantially less meme than they were before, and far more capable of reaching that threshold I talked about earlier of being able to clear the abyss. So, anyways, as far as Dori goes, of course we don't have her burst up. God dang it. I need to take a drink of water. 1 second. Oh yeah, sucrose. Oh, sucrose. Oh, sucrose. Anyway, so weird. That's future things. Yeah, 5.2 is going to be a great patch. That's what I'll say. Not her C6. The burst right lasts 20 seconds. So reducing that to 14 seconds and her duration being 12 seconds would give her potential teams where we could have kinda indefinite uptime on her burst. And she also has weird things. I think her C4 also regenerates energy if you have if you have less than 50% energy, you gain 30% ER to your active character. So giving her like basically full uptime and like shortening rotations could be valuable. It's just a question of like, do you have other characters that can fit with the short rotations? So Xilonen herself works with short rotations without a problem. Characters like Farina do work with short rotations because she has a 15-second burst cooldown and her skill is essentially indefinite. You do have to like reset her skill potentially at weird times, but you know, you could do Farina, Dori, Xilonen, and then this would be like actually, you know, like, I don't know. Who do we do as like a Dendro on fielder? I don't know. I would say I hate them, but I don't think I'll hate them. I'll hate them would be an example of like where you could do something weird like this, and use Dori with her like line of Electro that applies to, you know, obviously keep it quicken, but also trigger blooms from off field. So she'd be a healer, energy refunder, whatever. But I don't think I'll hate them's cooldown. Yeah, dang it, hate them. Dang it, I thought I almost had something to actually make me want to use him. Nope. Oh well. If only he didn't have an 18-second cooldown. Kanich. That would be funny. He does... No. He has an 18-second cooldown. Rip. Never mind. There might not be a good Dendron fielder, unfortunately, for that. Well, actually, okay. Actually. Yeah. He's got a 12-second cooldown. Yeah. Yeah, we could do DPS Baiju, yes. Yeah, so like think about it, right?
I'll lead the way.
So all these characters can have like shorter rotations, right? We can fit under the 15 seconds. You'd have basically full uptime on Dori Burst. You get some energy refunding, which might be relevant for Farina. Farina would be the biggest like problem unit here because like shortening her rotations would require higher energy needs on her. But anyways, like uptime, higher uptime on Dori Burst means you can have constant uptime on her energy refunding, healing, and ability to apply Electro so that she can be triggering blooms with her little line thing. Hopefully I can go demonstrate that in a second here. Has he actually tried out teams yet, or is he still yapping? I'm sorry, I'm going to be yapping most of the stream. I maybe should have just titled the Yapping About C2 Xilonen stream. This is me like going through and actually trying to think of ideas of things to look at, right? And see how much this can do. I should have just put like a Fab Greatsword on her or something. Give me a second. But yeah, we're gonna check this quick if this conceptually works. Put her on a Fab. And give her a... Oh, she's already got a crit rate circlet, technically. Don't know why... Oop, don't know why she was on that one, but, you know. Here, have that, I guess, instead. And that should trigger Fav. If you bring Baiju, Dori can be on a more DPS oriented build. I'm aware. I am aware that Dori can be on-fielded in this situation. And yes, if you want the Dori, just on-field Dori and bring an off-field Dendro. That my point was more specifically with trying to utilize her having more uptime on her burst functionally in a shorter rotation format and using her for off-field, which could work without her C6, right? Where like normally you'd want her C6 to on-field her, which a lot more people might have now, to be clear. But anyways, so we do trigger, like to trigger Fab. God. I should put a flower on her. See, this is why I just want to emphasize, if there was a damage dummy, like if there's a testing mode, what we could do is we go into the testing mode, and like the testing mode, as soon as you go into it, just has your burst to start, so we don't have to waste 5 years of your time, right? I can make it so like I just fight an enemy, like I actually test things without having to, like I just... Anyways. Yeah, we can probably go to Masanori. It might be a better idea. Smack, smack. I don't need to do that. And we triggered. How exciting. I was going to activate Farina, but why would I do that? I will say, you know, for Electro characters, her C2 makes getting their energy back a lot faster. So, anyways, I'm going to kill them for good measure. That's why. I don't deserve it. Actually, maybe just specifically that guy. Alright. Masanori isn't tanking enough, by the way. That's the main reason Masanori is not worth fighting. I was quite... When I watched the editing and realized, I was like... I didn't realize it in the moment in the DPS Kachina video when I went and fought Masanori. But I noticed after editing, I was like, oh... He didn't get leveled up with world level 9. He's still freaking level 95. So, anyways, let's see if this idea works. This dude might die before like I even do anything though. I might have to reset him to whatever. We're not gonna free to burst because I want to not kill him. So that. Oh, I didn't burst. I'm such a twit. Jesus Christ. Yeah, so this little line right applies within range. You can trigger reactions with it. Notably, if I was actually doing Dendro, you can trigger Bloom Chorus, right? So we're gonna try to do things again here. And try to demonstrate that. Really? Okay. Well, to be clear, I wasn't trying. I didn't technically build her specifically to make sure she got her energy back. Yeah. See, we can trigger the Bloom Chorus, right? It works, right? And she should have more uptime. I don't know her energy needs. We'd still have to, you know, figure that out. I don't think she has a low amount of energy needs. It's still probably... I don't think it'd be ideal, necessarily, versus, like, just doing Tuki. But it's interesting as an option. Realistically, though, Dori's still the same situation, where she becomes mostly compelling as an on-fielder with C6 when paired with Farina. I think it did conceptually work. Let me see if I can actually attack on Tignari, though. I bet you had to go through dialogue twice with this dude. Alright.
Let's nip that in the butt.
So there's weird things like I have to like specifically move around to be able to do things. But you can see we were able to like just move and be able to like wherever the line was for Dori's burst, wherever the line was for Dori's burst, we were able to like make sure that line crossed the hyperbloom cores. And yeah, I don't know, it works. Is it a very compelling use case? Honestly, I don't think it's that compelling. But what's more compelling is just like the baseline thing of just giving her more uptime on her burst, right? Is a good thing, but it's uptime contingent on because of the fact that she has a 20-second cooldown. The only value that 6 seconds of cooldown could have for Dori is if you can do shorter, like 15-ish second rotations, which limits her potential utility a little bit, is what I would say. So let's look at other Electro units. I certainly don't think Dori is the most interesting use case, right? She gains something from it, but I don't think it's particularly crazy, right? Is C2 worth it for free to play? I mean, I'd say generally speaking, most constellations are probably not worth it, because if you're free to play, getting Constellation 2 on Xilonen likely means sacrificing a lot of other things. Like, you're probably not, if you have enough wishes, unless you save for like a year and haven't wished for any other characters, which then you might have enough spare wishes to get like Xilonen and Mabuika or something, right? But if you think you don't care about Chasca, you don't care about Mabuika, you don't think you're going to care about anything else, you just love Xilonen and you want her to be as strong as possible, want her to do even more buffing, then maybe it is worth considering, I guess. But chances are no, if you're free to play. It is probably not worth considering if you actually enjoy pulling for and playing new characters, because you probably are sacrificing, unless you get really lucky, you're probably sacrificing at least 6 months of Primo Gems, at least 6 months of Primo Gems to get C2 Xilonen, right? So, anyways. Is my expectation. What do you think about the exploration power creep? Good, because exploration abilities in most Genji characters were garbage. Yep. The thing that I think is most frustrating there was that we finally get a good climbing exploration ability, but they still insist on would it have killed them to make hers like more actually desirable? I obviously do that to sell this, but like ugh. Anyways, you got 2 Xilonens and a 10 pull. Should you just pull for C2? That's a hard question. Again, like what are you potentially sacrificing from future characters you wouldn't get in the future because you decided to go for C2 Xilonen now? That's the decision you have to make. I need to see Electro characters. You can't see Electro characters in the screen, can you? What's the next one we should look at? So Dori was a simple one. I guess we'll talk about. Okay, let's do ones that are Dori like first. The ones that are Dori like that are worth talking about, I think, are like Sara, which I don't think I need to demonstrate this. Sara gains a meaningful value from it because of the fact that she has cooldowns that don't suck. Right? So, like Sara, you can cast her burst and get her buff going, right? So being able to have a less annoying cooldown makes Sara more usable. Sara she's probably only relevant at C6, but particularly in the context of, Xilonen C2, I think Sara C6 becomes a bit more interesting because Sara is a short duration buffer, right? And she's only buffing your on-field unit. Actually, wait. I think where is she? I'm blind. There she is. Let me double check. There's C6 also only on field? I think yes. Yeah, so it's only on field, which limits her potential utility, unfortunately. But still, I could conceive of doing
what is the situation?
Weird things. So like Sara, Kuja-Sara, Raiden, right, and reducing her cooldown to 15 seconds. Raiden's burst would get reduced to 12 seconds, I believe. Yeah, 12 seconds. So like again, this is the territory of like you can see where we're going here, where you can now I don't know, we throw in Bennett, I guess, right?
I won't hold you back.
You can now start doing right? Bennett has a 15-second burst cooldown, 12-second duration. You can now start doing much shorter rotations on something like a Raiden Sara team. Yeah, we'll talk about whatever. Lisa and whatnot. So I'm gonna go through all the Electro characters. I guess we can demonstrate this real quick. Sara. I mean, she just needs to get her burst back. So, oh boy, we're gonna screw up all my characters, but it's fine. We just need you to have some energy. Where's an ER timepiece? I have no ER timepiece to spare, really. See, always in need of more ER timepieces. And now I'm using the filter system. I'm gonna forget that I switched that and be confused when I switch back to it. Well, that's good enough. There we go. Okay. Get her burst back. That's probably more than we need, but it's fine. And of course we don't have you back either. Just this. Yep. Yep. So anyways, this would be what Raiden. This would be Raiden Hyper, to be clear. Raiden Hyper doesn't really make much sense without C2, but I don't know. Maybe it becomes actually kind of compelling with shorter rotations without C2. We'll see here. I didn't put a crit circle on her, did I? No. Oh well. So close. Here we go. Raiden Harper with shorter cooldown is actually the most pog team for Xilonen C2. Yeah, I think it is one of the. I wasn't trying to say it was bad. I'm just saying Raiden Hyper without C2, Raiden specifically without C2 Raiden Hyper is significantly different performing. Like Raiden will get significantly different damage in this team format. The old team format where this was like Kazuha, right? This should be a stronger team format with Xilonen C2. So very well territory, obviously, because of the conjunction of those constellations. But I don't know. Raiden's existed for a while. There's a lot of people that might have just collected Raiden constellations over her like 4 banners or whatever. So, anyways,
Or
if I have the skill or not. Nice 200k. To be clear, I would have gotten more if I didn't have her on her hybrid build. Right. I don't know if I actually did that oftenly or not, to be clear. Yeah. Yep. Is pretty decent. Obviously, this build does not make sense for this team because Raiden is not triggering any meaningful amount of reactions, so she should just be on a normal emblem build. I want to emphasize that. So you could see higher damage than this if you had the same thing with a C0 or C1 Raiden. I guess is doing slightly more. Like C1 Raiden probably made her do like 20, 30k more damage or something. I don't know exactly. It's not that strong of a constellation, but it does technically do slightly more with Electro units. So, anyways, right, like yeah, Raiden Hyper with Xilonen C2, shorter rotations. It would strengthen Raiden to a meaningful degree, I think. So, yep. Xilo doesn't work with Chevy. Indeed, she does not. Well, okay. I mean, you could replace Xilonen or replace Chevy with Xilonen in some context, particularly if you have her C2. So anyways, but yeah, Sara I think is one of the units that gains the most, and like not even just with doing Raiden, right? The fact that like you're doing shorter rotations, and have a short duration buff for your on-fielder is not as bad. I think there's more reasons to do other Electro on-fielders too, in conjunction with Sara than just Raiden if you have Xilonen C2. So I do think Sara is actually, I keep on like, my brain keeps on like looking for a button for filtering, but you can't filter in that menu. So I do think Sara is one of the units that gains the most from it. Yeah, we'll do those. Don't worry. I want to get through the ones that I'm not going to meaningfully test. Now I will. I plan to get her C4 soon. I believe November is when she's in the shop. So I will probably be leveling Lisa soon. DM. Quite frankly, I don't know. Depending on how what Chasca's kit ends up looking like, I might end up not caring about Chasca at all, and I might do something different for Chasca maybe, and like maybe I'll actually like try to make a guide video for once or something and see how that goes, because I don't know if I care about leveling her right now. I'm sorry. She has potential shenanigan potential if they increase her elemental application, but if they don't increase Chasca's elemental application, I don't know if I'm that enthused with her kit. Visually she's goofy, but like I don't know, man. Whatever. We're not talking about Chasca. Sorry. I don't know. She's like the same as the other Natlan units, and like all gimmick, not actually that much mechanical nuance, despite the fact that she should have so much more mechanical nuance. Is my current vibe, but I could be completely wrong. She's a really weird character to evaluate. But yeah. So Sylveon, yes, the Lisa enjoyer, my mod, has messed with Xilonen C2 and Lisa already. So I don't know. You can say more in chat maybe, but reducing her cooldown, right? So she has a Death Shred burst, right? Opponents hit by her burst reduces defense by 15%. And I believe with C4, it definitely C4 unleashing 1 to 3 lightning bolts when it attacks. I don't know exactly what her damage profile looks like as far as how much that increases her burst damage, but you know, this character doesn't generate energy much at all without doing her hold skill. Point being, Xilonen C2 refunding energy and reducing her cooldown to 14 seconds, so 100% uptime burst Lisa. Particularly if you happen to have gotten her constellations over time, like I have, just very slowly over time. I think it's like potentially really good. Yeah, where you like her energy needs won't be nearly as insane for an uptime Death Shred off-fielder. Like, is it better than Fischl? No, probably, but you could do Fischl and Lisa together. I don't know if you do a Dendro unit or not. You probably do a Dendro unit, but you don't have to do a Dendro unit. And you can probably still do on-field. You could do Lisa on-field with her big arse multiplier. Probably, like, this multiplier I'm pretty sure goes meaningfully higher than Raiden, right, Lisa? Or right Lisa. Right, Sylveon? What does this stack 3 hold multiplier go? I forgot. I don't know. Point being, you do, it is a 16-second cooldown, which is a little unfortunate. But you could do like 16-second rotations if you're playing optimally. Have Death Shred burst going, do like Fischl, or I don't know, do like Sara, Xilonen with Lisa. I don't know. Just under 1k multiplier without crowning. Okay, so relatively similar to. Is it no? What is Raiden's? Raiden's is lower than that, right? Yeah, Raiden's is lower than that. Yeah, it's 721%. With the only, well, okay, 721%, but Raiden has her bonus things going on, so yeah, not exactly equivalent is my point. Anyways, there's weird things. There's potential for off-field potential for Lisa with Xilonen C2. There's potential for on-field Xilonen or on-field Lisa damage with Lisa still. That just matches better in rotations for different units, and I think that's just, it's one of the more interesting use cases. I plan to mess around more with. Obviously, I can't really mess around with her true damage potential here on my account. So, yeah, what do I think about Auroron? He seems fine right now, but unfortunately, I think he falls in the category of he can use the Natlan support set. And so he can be official buff. I don't know. He's interesting. Like, I like taunts. He has a taunt ability, right? How relevant that is going to be depending on the situation you're in. So, I don't dislike him, but I also don't think he's particularly insane. So, yeah. I see the characters you have, please. There. I do be a content creator, so I have been acquiring characters lately that I probably wouldn't have gotten. Anyways, yeah, Lisa's really interesting to think about with her. I just don't think I can meaningfully test anything that much right now. I don't know. What else? What does it look like, right? What does a Lisa team look like? What different things can we do? I mean, other than like the Sara thing we can do and just see big number, right? Obviously.
Let me help
What have you been, Sylveon? What have you been using? I know Sylveon has been using Sara with her. I don't know why.
I will lead us
Oh, you do
to
Nahida.
victory.
Oh yeah. Do you have C2 Nahida or not? Or is it just because aggravates go burr on Lisa burst?
For you for ages.
And I'm not sure if Sylveon has C2. Yeah, so you do C2, get the Death Shred, right? So even bigger number from her skill, and this would be like an on-field Lisa playstyle. What about like an off-field Lisa though? Which means we could probably remove you. So like an off-field Lisa.
The threads of your fate lie in my hands.
Mono Electro. Honestly though, like, yeah, it might work. The official probably wouldn't be ideal for Mono Electro. you'd do Yai or something, but anyway, no. Who do we do? Who do on field? DPS Cat. Her cooldown would line up. I mean, you could also just like do an animo, you know, like Kazuha, right? Just do like a Sack Sword Kazuha build, you know, just spend a bunch of field time on Kazuha. By the time you're done, like, you know, you do... What does it even look like? I don't know. I don't know if you start a normal rotation with doing Fischl E, or if you start a rotation just doing a normal attack on Lisa to get Electro. You start with her. Probably cast Fischl, probably do Lisa. I don't know. You could do weird things like just swirl damage, go burr, honestly. But I don't know, right? Like you have different options for doing different things with Electro units, obviously. Especially with the Electro charge buff going on, right? Of course, we can do something like this. We can throw in a Baiju. Baiju's burst, I believe, is 18 seconds or 20 seconds. Sorry, so which is one of the most annoying aspects of him. He can artificially elongate rotations if you're waiting for his burst to come back. Sometimes, it wouldn't necessarily be ideal here, but you can still like maybe keep up quick and be a healer. Wait, no, Xilonen's a healer. You don't even need him. Never mind. Who the heck needs Baiju? I guess, yeah, you would just do Nahida, and you could put Nahida on Prototype Amber for a little bit of extra team-wide healing to help smooth out damage bonus for Farina. But yeah, I don't know. You have different options. Heck, you could use her as an Electro Applier, Death Shredder for Chignari. That could match well. Something we mentioned kind of before with Dori. Cloran, yeah, Cloran could be interesting. So, Oran be a good buffer since he can hold Cinder City and do a 30% attack buff. He does a 30% attack buff at C6. So, like, I don't think a 30% attack buff at C6 is that compelling. But yes, he becomes more compelling at C6. Deepwood on Kanich. Kanich is, I don't know, Kanich still doesn't like make that much sense to me because his cooldowns won't line up. Not that it would be unusable. I don't know. Like it's just kind of whatever abilities, you know, in the game. Like this is going to, like, abusing C2 Xilonen is going to push you towards abilities like Nahida, Farina, whatever abilities that have high uptime, and let you like not have to be forced within like the constraints of like a 20-second rotation, right? If you're constrained to a 20-second rotation by some other unit on the team, it's going to limit your potential utility for C2, right? So that's like the factor I'm trying to think of here. But anyways, right, you could do Electro Charge, weird variations of teams. Oftentimes you usually bring an Animo unit though in, so you could do, I guess, Kazuha instead of Fischl even. I don't know how it would go. It'd be interesting and substantially more compelling with Xilonen C2, I think. Yeah, bringing up pyro unit. I mean, maybe. I don't know. So I don't know. It's something to mess with when I have Lisa leveled up in the future. What? Oh, I went to the same menu again. God dang it. Oh, this game's menu system. Electro. So yeah, I don't know. Lisa's genuinely one of the most interesting ones to think about with her. It's not immediately obvious that, like, oh, it's going to become, oh my god, she's like OP, like you need to start doing this. But I think it gives Lisa herself much stronger, compelling use cases. Not like it suddenly makes Lisa an S tier buffer or, you know, off fielder that you use over official and it makes the team stronger. Razor gives him, again, 20-second cooldown means shorter rotations potential. So kind of same thing as like Dori, except he is always going to be an on fielder. So whatever you can do to fit in with, you know, the shorter rotation times. Notably, I think Thundering Fury, which is C6 Bennett. Wait, no, can you do Thundering Fury with C2 Xilonen? Because you need Dendro. You normally want Hydro. I don't think it'll work. I don't think Thundering Fury will work. I mean, it's a variant you could do, but it would be, you wouldn't be doing blooms, right? So that would not work. So what else can you do then? Does it make sense to do? Wait. If we do, what about Emily? Right.
The pleasure is all mine.
That was weird. Animation looked kind of goofy there. Emily, right, and then Razor.
We're going to hunt.
That I like the idea of, right? So 15-second cooldown, right? Energy refunding. Again, Emily, high uptime ability should be fine. So you don't have to. You can have flexibility because of her skill being 14-second cooldown, but 22-second duration. You also have the option of bursting every rotation instead if you have the ability to, whether it be with her weapon or with an energy focus build. But yeah, so this would be a like the Cyno team I did with Emily essentially, but with Razor applying the Pyro and Electro on field. Yeah, I could take out Bennett potentially, yes, for sure. But then you're not getting like taking out Bennett would remove some things. Taking out Bennett doing Nahida, right? Doing Farina, right?
Witness my magnificence.
That could work too, but it's going to be less compelling. I think. I don't know for his normal like Thundering Fury team format, right?
I won't hold
Which
you
is with a
back.
Hydra unit, ideally Nahida, but it does work without Nahida. So it's with a Dender unit, a Hydra unit, doesn't have to be Farina, and then C6 Bennett is usually pretty important to making him do, because the point is like he's doing physical damage and electro damage at the same time when you're bursting, but you can then do pyro damage and, you know, electro damage at the same time, so you can trigger a whole bunch of different reactions essentially. Doing a build with C6 Bennett with him, it's not technically dysfunctional without C6 Bennett, but you're triggering many less reactions, so hence the idea of doing something weird like
I'm quite flattered.
Overburn instead. I don't know. It might be something I try.
Is it time to go?
With Aloy. Fortunately, I don't have Aloy. So, yeah, I don't know. Razor, because of the fact that the Thundering Fury variant doesn't work in the same way, I don't know. It'd be I don't have him leveled up to like try to meaningfully test those things, unfortunately. It's an interesting consideration. I don't think you should probably pull her C2 specifically for Razor, is my guess. But maybe it also would be worthwhile just to give him more team options. God dang, I keep on pressing the wrong freaking team menu. If only you could just filter in that team menu. Whatever. Ka-ching! Oh yeah, ka-ching. So, ka-ching. 40-second energy cost, 12-second burst cooldown. This we should be able to demonstrate. What the frick does this team look like? So this is just a ka-ching burst spam playstyle. Essentially, is what you can do with her.
Something's come up.
Because this now we're getting the territory right of like less than 10-second burst cooldowns, or essentially, yeah. So basically, because you're going to still have to switch between characters somewhat, burst spam kitching. So
I've been waiting for you for ages.
I don't know, just Farina, I guess.
I knew you'd miss
Farina
me.
fine. Farina good. Farina life. Do you think Genshin would change if you get 5 characters in your party? That is a hard question to answer. It would certainly increase the DPS threshold in the team quite a lot, I would say. That's for dang sure. I did not get Electro buff going, but whatever. Yeah, I need half a point of energy recharge on her. Right. I don't know. Something like that where you're just like kind of constantly switching back and forth. I don't know what her energy needs look like to try to constantly burst spam. Theoretically, it should be basically nothing when you actually like have a build going, presumably. I don't know what she has pieces that got yoinked by different characters, obviously, but technically didn't have a dysfunctional build. Technically. So, anyways, yeah. Anyway, this is the yet another character that like I want to level to 90 eventually, but boy, yay the resource problem in this game. I don't know. What do I have? I want to build Gaming and Rosaria, but like I also want to level up things like Kaching for this kind of shenanigan to truly test just burst spam Kaching. Right? I don't know exactly how it's so weird like thinking about this though, right? Because like what exactly do you do? How long do you spend on like field time on a given unit? Whatever. What does she have? She has that attack time piece. We need a Thundering Fury Flower. Wait, does my Sethos not have 4-piece TF on right now? Well, that might have explained why he was... Yeah, okay. Oh... No, he has... Oh, he's using the off-piece flower. I forgot about that. Okay. Switch to that then. And then... I don't know. Let's see. I guess just yoink that. There we go. Is 100% ER enough? I don't know. Obviously, again, she's level 70, so this is not like we're properly seeing her damage here. No, we haven't done anything with Sethos. I'm still doing like the simple things that are just like really, really baseline tests.
Let me try.
Time to shine. Grow. Sharing my knowledge. Let the mountain's veins boil. Cut to the chase. Incoming.
Okay, well he's dead, but you know, I would have been able to go back again, do another burst again. Yeah, so it's at minimum 2 bursts per rotation, ka-ching, essentially. And I think that's very interesting. How much of a DPS increase is it necessarily? I don't know. I'm not doing calcs like that. Just set it to night so he has more HP. It won't really matter that much, but yes, I could. I just don't want to have to constantly do this 500 times. So I don't know. We can check, I guess, at least once though. Shouldn't you start with Kaching E so you get the crystallized? Yeah, probably. I wasn't really caring that much, to be honest, right now. I'm also using her signature, so you could just pretend that would be similar to the results you would see if you play it properly, whatever, but I can try it here. Again, it doesn't matter. We're not testing Kaching's damage. I'm testing how much she can burst. She's level 70, so like her damage is not like that significant right here. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, first rotation is going to be longest, I think. Yeah, something like that. Let's do that again. Why not? I do feel like if you're doing solo Electro Kaching like we're doing here, Kaching is doing a pretty decent amount of damage considering, but considering level 70, I wonder. That's actually an interesting question. The C2 Nahida here is obviously buffing Kaching. I wonder if her damage is actually similar to what she would be doing if she was level 90. I feel like no. I'm pretty sure C2 Nahida does less than what level 90 would do for Kaching. But anyways, I'm not saying this is the ideal version of doing this team. Very well might be better to do just pure aggravate, particularly because let's swap her out, right? Swap to fish, and let's not burst on Nahida because bursting takes time on Nahida, right? And also, we don't need to burst, theoretically. We don't need to burst on,
Speed of light. Hey! With sword comes shadow.
Midnight Fantastic. This will do.
Bring it.
what are you doing, bro?
Don't blink.
No rest for the wicked.
Why did I not get my energy back that time? Whatever. I don't know if I bungled something or not, but...
Cut to the chase. By royal decree. This way, Trailer. Let me raise your
I guess I needed that, but...
Nowhere to hide.
Cut down.
I think I need a tankier enemy to test this. You know what? Forget. I want to test this one in Abyss. This one is more interesting to me. So I guess on the top, we haven't talked about Official. Official has a bandit challenge. Official has what is her burst cooldown? I actually don't remember. I think it is less than 20 seconds, but it's about 20. No, it's 15. Oh, that's interesting. You do oh, weird. A never press official skill version official technically is what you could do. That gives official a very what that does is this gives official a very high amount of flexibility with Xilonen C2 because she can fit in any like 10 lower rotation speed teams. By nature of being able to for sure have a less than a burst that's always available basically whenever you need it, is what it essentially should be. So anyways, like the lower cooldowns you have, the more like freeform the rotation could be kind of thing, or the longer duration abilities you have, right? Some mix of that. Where's she at? I wonder if it makes sense to do... This is something that would be answered by like playing these teams like a bunch more. Oh wait, I don't know if we'll do a full run, but we don't have the element coverage for this, so yeah. But I wonder if, we start with like a Ching burst before we do Xilonen buff, just to like get the initial energy refund in the first rotation, because you either just don't bother in the first rotation, right, because it'll benefit you on the start of your next rotation, but we're also like not constrained to normal rotation format, so it's just weird. I don't know, and so it's such a it completely breaks the way you might think of how some teams normally like do things, essentially. You not, sir? Thank you. Thank you for wasting my time. Why press special skill when you can just pull Xilonen C2? Exactly. Yeah, you get it. I should have waited to do that, but oh well. It's fine. Possible OP. Right, Hydra. Pyro. It was a very slow clear for that team. Alright, so start with this, right? Do this, do this, right? And then do Xilonen. Nope, then do Xilonen. Did I not hit? Oh, because he's in the air. Butthole. Freaking dude. Alright, and then burst again.
Your coming was foretold.
Shadow Raven. Don't blink.
Bring it. Hear the echoes of the
So I need to do that. I should stop doing it.
The eternal oasis of long life.
This way through the loop. Sheet of light. Nowhere to hide.
As you wish, maiden.
Committed.
Bring it.
With sword from shadow.
This is just...
Incoming.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Apparently they need actually slightly more energy to do burst rotation on official.
Nowhere
But
No rest for the wicked.
like just like weird. Very weird. Like emblem official trust? Not emblem official, but like you could do emblem kaching. I don't know if it actually makes sense. I don't know, does it? Like we were not really doing any normal attack damage and not really any skill damage. Like I was casting her skill a couple times to like do things, but anyways, level 70 kaching there, right? And I'm pretty sure C2 Verena is buffing kaching less than her level 70 would do. Yeah, it changes the energy needs because of the weird rotation times. Like, and like if you want to like burst every 10 seconds on official too, it changes things a little bit. But as long as like Oz is still up, it doesn't technically matter. You don't have to burst consistently because you still have official skill. So I don't think you necessarily build official for more ER. Saying. But there's weird relations with like building more ER potentially, to be able to burst more. Right, like that'll be more notable like with Kuki. Was someone we're gonna spend a little bit more time testing. Q impact indeed. It only need like 40 or 50 ER on Kaching with Xilonen C2. I mean I have 0 ER I think on the current Kaching build. So, you know, and do this. I just may as well do this, get a little bit of buff going or whatever, I don't know. And also I could just burst again. Doesn't make sense now though. Do this I suppose. Brosing takes so long. Oh wait, I should have bursted first. Whatever.
Hear the echoes of the valley.
I summon thee.
And that almost hurt a lot.
Sheet of light.
Bring it.
Really.
Midnight Sandcat with sword from shadow.
God, frick you.
Cut to the chase.
No rest for the wicked.
Oh,
Incoming with sword from
apparently, you know, 1 ER roll might have mattered there. Oh gosh, almost died. I was a little bit weirder because of Magu Kenki moving around, but still, yeah, I don't know. You can obviously see I'm bursting a little bit more than normal. Weird. Gosh, it's so weird. It's just really weird. Fine. That was some terrible dodges. I have to burst because of it.
Everybody stand.
Really?
Greatest
I
blessing.
mean, that was maybe the perfectly awkward ER situation for Candace there. Are you not dead yet? I just switched to, I just read chat while I was whacking with normal attacks there. Because I didn't, okay, no, you know what, I refuse. I want a better clear than that. I did not mean to press that button.
Shall prevail.
Overrule. Teamwork is strength.
Break things.
Greatest blessing.
There we go. There we go. That's what I want. Alright. Okay. Do this. I don't have her burst up anyways.
Make yourselves a move. Cut to the chase.
Did I not hit E? Did I just miss on it? Okay, well, good job me. Oh well.
Midnight Phantasm.
Don't blink. The sword comes shadow. Just wait for a little.
Let me brave names echo.
Odds, repeat. Nowhere to hide.
I feel like I have played this poorly,
Incoming. Hey.
but, you know.
Shadow Raven.
Oh boy, it's so weird. It's so very weird.
I see everything.
Do this.
Summon thee.
I actually need to do that, but yeah, whatever.
Cut to the
Do
chase.
this. We won't get our burst back anyways. And then we, do that. Wait, do this.
Nowhere to hide.
It's okay. I feel like I played things poorly there, or I don't know. It's hard to intuitively get a grasp on when to do specific things, right? Which is not surprising. It's definitely not surprising. Yeah, I do wish they would stop putting the freaking mechanical cube in every godforsaken abyss. I definitely don't think Thundering Fury actually makes sense for a build in this context, right? Like, normally Thundering Fury is great on Kaching for the skill cooldown, but being that we're just burst spamming, there's better builds to go down towards. What exactly? I don't know. 4-piece Gilded Dreams, 4-piece. Emblem would be funny to test. I don't think Emblem actually makes sense. It would be 30% burst damage bonus. Does it make sense? No, I don't think it makes sense. Because, like, you could just do, like, no bless might be better instead. I don't even know. It's probably Gilded Dreams, right? Would make the most sense in that context. I don't know. It is weird. It's so weird. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I think it'd be Gilded Dreams. Yep. Yeah, it has to be Gilded Dreams. Well, okay, Farina. Well, no. Even if you're doing, you're not like you're constantly swapping off of her. So like you wouldn't do Farina Mars just say Hunters, right? But yeah, no, I don't think Emblem would make sense. The idea with Emblem was just build no ER and just all crit and just, you know, have the 30% burst damage bonus, but I don't think that's valuable. Versus, I don't even think it's better than doing 2-piece combos. So I immediately realized. So yeah, I don't know, 2-piece attack or not 2-piece attack, 2-piece combos in general, or 4-piece Gilded Dreams is probably her best in this context. But anyways, that was very weird. Just being able to spam Kaching Burst, one of the more fun use cases for it, I think, for sure. I think that's really interesting. The official, yeah, the official's use case there is Yeah, the use case of Xilonen C2 for Fischl is odd. Fischl has like indefinite uptime anyways, pretty easily with C6 as long as you can, you know, alternate with burst and whatever. Like the Oz's duration is not super long, so like you don't have 100% uptime, but C2 Xilonen could give Oz 100% uptime for sure, which is weird. So I don't know. Anyways, it's weird. It's weird figuring out the Fischl nuance there. Especially because Fischl's burst is like kind of annoying sometimes with how it like moves you around. You get used to it. I've gotten used to it, and it's fine. But it takes a little bit of field time. That can be a downside, right? It does a little bit of damage when you cast it, to be clear. It's weird. For Fischl rotation at C6, is it better to start with burst? I don't think it really matters that much. I usually do skill, but technically, yes, you probably start with burst. I don't usually do that first because I don't like having to deal with her movement in the first rotation usually. So character archive, the other character menu. So, anyways, yeah, Kaching, very interesting. And now we can get into the characters that I have leveled. Should we do more of the riding? We might be able to do more of the riding. Oh boy, where do we even begin? Yeah, we can do Sethos, I guess. Just Sethos would be easy to start. I think we'll keep him on my Thundering Fury build. Although, well, realistically, let's try switching him off of the ER timepiece in favor of, yeah, probably that one, right? Yeah. Yeah, probably the EM timepiece. Let's put him on the EM timepiece instead. A little bit less crit rate, of course, but I think it'll be fine. I do have C1, so that gives him some more crit rate. It should be fine. Should be fine. But yeah, EM good, right? ER good too, of course. The build definitely looks less satisfying. Alright, 70-200 exactly looks a lot more satisfying. Wait, no. First, no. I can't decide. You know what, first we're going to try him with my ER build. Okay, sorry. Because I want to see, because the energy refund, right, lets me get like an extra charge attack or whatever. But I think notably it would let me move away from the ER timepiece and still get like charge attack spam playstyle, maybe, is the idea. So I could switch off of this. Is probably one of the more compelling aspects to Sethos and Xilonen together. Wait, we'll do, yeah, don't worry. I'm gonna do second side again. Well, yeah, let's just test in the first chamber for now for simplicity. We'll see if I want to do more with Sethos here. I probably want to do more with Sethos. I mean, we could do Kaza, but no. Probably still do Fischl. And then there's just not hate as the obvious option again. I don't know. We could do Kirara, technically. You know what? Yeah, screw it, let's just try Kirara, because I like Kirara. Her C2 fixes a lot of old Electro units. Yep.
Let's get down to business.
You
Bring it. Let the mountains
need to do that, but yeah, whatever. Let's do this, but make sure they all had Electro on them.
How's this? Hit the fairy.
Did 6,000 damage. What? All right. Yeah, we need to actually do a actual run through. That was not good enough to see anything. And we'll do it. We'll do it with the cat because I like the cat. Yeah, I guess we'll just do all reliable. I guess for this, it's simple. Clear in 38 seconds. I could probably do, well, yeah, the Shivers would be a little bit more nice for the first chamber. And no, I don't have Yoimiya. So unfortunately, I cannot try Yoimiya and her electric attacks. Is it? Good job, me. It's a joke. I know she's pyro. Hello, sir. Why did you jump there? There we go. Fine. That dude grouped himself. Dang it. I'm accidentally doing too much pyro on that dude. We'll see a problem with the shield. Because the Hydra ends up being used instead of applying Hydra when we're activating Candace, it's being used to get rid of a shield. Okie dokie. Let's try Kira first this time.
Hear the echoes of the valley.
I'm only doing 30k. Fine. I'm confused. Why were we doing so little? I was doing more with Xilonen in that team without having like her signature weapon and whatever. Obviously C2 doesn't increase the number we see, but notably I wasn't using her signature in the past. Mia does the same amount of electro damage as C6 Iato. This does sound correct. That does sound correct. Anyways, do this.
Excuse me.
There we go.
Where you heading?
Your coming was foretold.
I didn't do that.
Eternal oasis. Bloom as the flowers in Gorman.
Excuse me.
The eternal oasis of long last.
Bring it. Let the mountain flames boil.
I want to do her shield again. I don't think our C2 is doing much with my energy build here, and I'm like doing things optimally. Wait, what is this burst cooldown? I forgot to check that. I think it's over 15 seconds. I'll try to pay attention to it when I use the burst here. I use the burst against the Kubi. Yeah, because of my weird, like the thing with Sethos and Xilonen C2 is like, you can already do a spammy charge attack playstyle like I'm doing without C2 Xilonen, right? Just build him extra energy. I think we will see a damage upgrade from it by switching him off of the timepieces. But it's not like that's just going to be a damage upgrade. Then it's not like it will enable him to be doing anything new. Like I would have felt basically the same value for Xilonen with Sethos just by having Xilonen with her weapon and not needing her C2, right? It's kind of my vibe right now, which was expected. To Dutch. Oh wait, he has like a 15-second cooldown at burst. Oh. Well, that's interesting. That means you can do like this. Oh. Oh, I forgot to check his burst cooldown. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, never mind. So there is still interesting potential then. Because you can do, yeah. I don't know why it was so hard to press that. That was weird.
me?
I meant to do burst, but it's fine. You could do just a completely burst focused playstyle on him. With fast rotations too, notably, right?
Give us some space.
That's interesting. Just burst spam playstyle, like indefinite burst up time. Not indefinite, but like it lasts long enough that you just do short 15-second rotations. Like short 15-second rotations at those teams sound fun. Is another way to play set those. Like I didn't expect a completely different way to play set those. I just thought, oh, 20 energy is extra like charge shot. But I already had the ability to get extra charge shot, so I didn't think it would be that significant. And I think I was correct there, but I forgot about the fact that I could just do all bursts instead. Right? You're not gonna hit me.
Witness my rise.
Everybody stand.
Do your work.
You know? You crown for a normal attack? No.
Wanted my full attention, did you?
Seth is not feeling good, like using Kaching, I mean gameplay. Well, no, he doesn't have a 12-second burst cooldown that gets reduced to 6 seconds. And a 40 energy cost. He does not feel crazily different, but he can have... I can definitely tell you, it feels different what I'm doing as his burst playstyle. Because being able to just do constant burst, rather than having to, like, do what I was doing before where I'm bursting and switching. And notably, like, I'm going to switch to a... We're going to test and compare this ER build to a... which is my normal, like, weird modal build that lets me choose between charge attack spams or burst and charge attack, right? It's a pick and choose build. We're going to put him more to, like, a normal thing. I'll probably go put him on Wanderer's Troop, I guess, right? We'll steal Tignari's build. It's probably going to be stronger. And we'll do, like, do that instead, right? Do match. If you're ever override the... okay, whatever. Doesn't have Electro Sword. Notably, he can attack when the dude's up in the air. Oh, I didn't. Okay, well, whatever.
Excuse me.
Official A4 doesn't proc on this dude, by the way. YR damage. Part of YR damage is definitely lower here. Oh, that was stupid. Whatever. Hello? Oh, there he is.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
But didn't mean to fly there. Are we gonna put Dendron? I don't know why I didn't trigger Gyarados there. Interesting. Yeah, let's go configure him for a build that actually tries to abuse this a little bit more. Alright, so... you know what, screw it. Let's normally I prefer Slingshot, but let's see what his highest heights can be. We're just basically going to steal, as far as the damage numbers we see from Sethos go. It's very likely I will switch him back to his Thundering Fury build. But, yeah, let's just yoink Tignari's pieces. Essentially. Why am I struggling? Where's Tignari? What? Wait, am I blind? Where's the wonder? There it is. Okay, I am blind. It's fine. EM timepiece. Obviously, we'll use an Electro Goblet instead of whatever What does our crit look like? 80, 182. We can get more crit damage going here, I think. 22.5. I don't really want to sacrifice all my crit. Yeah, we'll steal Kachings. Okay. How about that? 75, and we have 90% crit rate with his C1. No ER. 460 EM. On 4-piece Wanderer's Troop. Let's see how that do. I'm not sure what'll happen here. I think this is not going to feel very good to me, because I think this is too little ER. But I could be wrong. We'll see. We will see. Well, same team, but we'll have to figure out how exactly I want to play it. I don't know. Can't. Cloud Retainer story is your favorite story? I still have not done that. I should do it.
Let's get down to business.
Into the wind.
I didn't need to do a charge attack there. That was bad. That's like 5 seconds.
Late bed.
Really? I didn't realize he never got his shield up. That's my bad. I should have let him get his shield up. Nope. That's just a me problem. Do you think of C2 worth the cost? Probably not. Not to most people. We haven't even gotten to the main thing I wanted it for. Particularly was like doing some kooky shenanigans, especially was. And I won't be able to do some things with it until like, you know, like I am very interested in like actually properly messing around with Lisa more. But we'll have to wait. You do your shield? Like, it's funny like how this team can clear in less time if I accidentally attack. Like he hasn't done a shield, right? This team can clear in less time in this chamber because of like how long it takes the cryo to get a shield up. Yeah.
Let's get down to business.
But yeah, the burst cooldown reduction thing is super unique. If you want like the truth here is like I don't think it's like actually worth it though. Like oh, I didn't even mean to break in that fast. Because like as much as it is unique and I want it because of how unique it is, you god freaking dude that is, oh my god, I refuse. No, I refuse. I'm just getting annoyed at these dudes and I want to not ugly looking clear against them, but sorry. Yeah, the uniqueness of the burst cooldown reduction is exactly its selling point to me. But ultimately, right, the scenarios wherein that is actually useful are niche, right? Like that is ultimately why, you know, you might see more well-known Theorycrafter people saying, you know, it's not worth it, or it's pointless, or it's garbage. The Electro buff, that is. Not her. I did that too early, but it's fine. The swirl will get him. So, anyways, her C2 is weird, right? with the Electro buff. That's what we're messing around with. I can definitely feel it doing things, though, in any context where I'm actually thinking about trying to utilize it for the Electro buff, and it's still the most interesting one by far, in my opinion.
Your coming was foretold. We're the eternal
Okay,
oasis.
that's interesting. We were able to transition to still doing that there.
The eternal oasis at long last.
Wrong order, but whatever. Huh. Yeah, this is actually enough ER to basically constantly... Wow. Yeah, Yeah. To be clear, I do think I had more ER than I needed before, without C2 Xilonen factored, right? We're on the Wanderer's Troop build now, right? With a basically no ER build, and we can essentially do the same thing. I full-time YouTube. It's sad that you still use freeze teams. No? You like the teams you like. You just get to be unhappy that Mihoyo hates you. Or you get to be happy that, you know, your enjoyment of freeze teams was so high that Mihoyo's like, it's such a problem that people like freeze teams. We gotta make sure freeze is never relevant. But then you're just stubborn and you still end up using freeze teams. And just like, why? And Mihoyo's internally like, why are 10% of our players still using freeze? I don't think 10% of people are using freeze, but I respect the dedication to use freeze when they always configure things to not be good for freeze. So, anyways, do that. One of the really weird big values, I think, by the way, that I have been noticing here, I have a shield in there, is butthole. There we go. It's butthole. No. One of the really big values I noticed here is being able to, like, do things like get a burst back right at the start of a rotation after you burst it at the end of the previous chamber, right? I think that's actually fairly significant. Yeah, you can see we're getting our burst back, so we still have the flexibility where you can see how his burst is still on cooldown, but you can flexibly just do that, and then use Xilonen C2, get some energy, right? Do this, do that. Yeah, I think we're gonna do that. Do this, and then we can get his burst back still, right? I'm being very bad with walk cancels, by the way. I just do dash cancels, and I know they're bad, but I don't really need to be bursting like I am, but, you know, whatever. That's pretty fun. I like it. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think it would be performing meaningfully differently, by the way, if I just put him on the slingshot. Tighnari's bow is such a whatever weapon on him. Oh, that makes me... Oh, man. The problem is, like, This means that, like, I can have a higher damage version of Sethos that I really enjoy playing with the same modality, right? Like, Xilonen C2 gives me the same modality on Sethos, but with a higher damage build. But it ties me to using... If I want the modality on Sethos, it would tie me to using Xilonen C2 with him, which is a little annoying. So I don't know if I want to keep him on this kind of build or not. But I definitely like it. Any thoughts on Chasca kit right now? I've had Whiplash for Chasca kit. I've been going back and forth on liking her or not. I have now reached I am whelmed about her kit right now, quite frankly. I think she's mostly flash, like mostly all flash, all gimmick, and doesn't do so, like, she could be so much... Oh, I never E'd. Whatever. She could be so much more interesting than she is. Is kind of my frustration. Did this extremely poorly. Her big gun is something special. It's a visual gimmick. Mechanics sell me characters, not visual gimmicks. I'm sorry. Like, at least, like, the visual gimmick, like, Kaniche is mostly a visual gimmick to me as well, with its rotation thing. But because of the fact that, like, I have to think about rotating around, I have to think about rotating, it has, like, a mechanical effect. The gun doesn't have any mechanical effect on Chasca. It's just a gun. It could be a magic... She's a witch, like, design character, but she rides a big gun instead of a witch broomstick, right? But she could be a broomstick rider, and it would be the same exact thing, right? And yes, right now, quite frankly, it seems like she's designed in a way that she's basically just a pyro DPS. And I think that's super lame. still might prefer Thundering Fury, by the way, so that his cooldown would line up, but I don't know. I also might just prefer the doing burst spam playstyle. Let's see some charge attacks, though.
By royal decree. Bring it. Coming through.
Way ahead.
There you are. You're the teleporty one. You're gonna teleport back. Yep. Do. Nice. 85k. 100k. Nice. Ah, you're killing me with something. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. No. Oh, dang it. I wanted to. Oh well. Hey. Yep. That's the strongest in this team context of like the Kirara official Sethos team core specifically. That is the strongest Sethos has felt. What do you want from Chasca? Make her able to. The only thing they need to do for Chasca to make me actually adore her and think she has one of the most fun kits in the game is make it so she can trigger more than one reaction per shot. Because right now she triggers swirl, so she triggers one. All the footage we've seen, she triggers one non-swirl reaction per shot, from what I can tell. That's a general takeaway. Like, so her reaction output is, despite the fact that she can show a million different elements on screen, which would imply to you, oh, she can trigger a bunch of reactions intuitively. If she's doing a bunch of elements, she should be able to do a bunch of elemental reactions. No, I think it's an extremely big fail that she does four big shots and you get 4 non-swirl reactions. That's it. And like you can, in AoE situations, to be clear, swirling elements around can trigger more reactions. But it's not what she's designed for. She's just designed to get some decent multiplier damage, really. Like, she's just designed to get decent multiplier damage, but with a bunch of different colors. That's essentially what she's designed to do. And it's going to push her towards, like, I think she's going to have very limited optimal teams that actually perform consistently. Whereas if she actually applied a bunch of the elements she's actually converting in every shot, like the bare minimum would be she triggers 2 reactions per shot, right? So if you have Pyro, Hydro, and Electro bullets, you're triggering, you know, overloads, electro charge, and vaporizes potentially all with one shot kind of thing, because of having 2 different application instances. But right now it seems like they limited it so that, oh, if you're doing Pyro, Hydro, and Electro right now, you're only going to get, you might see 2 reactions because electro charge spreads elements around or whatever too, and swirl spreads reactions around. But her application itself is not actually triggering anything additional, which means she has like not very interesting potential right now to be built for EM. When I originally I was thinking for a while she would. I just like I'm not satisfied because it feels like it's like just baiting me to think like she's doing more than she's doing with her element conversion, but she actually doesn't apply much of those elements. And I can get why they're probably not going that direction, because they don't want to like make this character be able to like burn through like every elemental shield in the game, because that's the only thing they know how to do in Genshin is design cringe shields on enemies half the time. I don't think it would be that bad to have one freaking 5-star character that's good at doing that. But like even her constellations don't give her extra application, right? Like her C2 says it gives her AoE. Like her C2 literally says, now Chasca can do AoE elemental damage with an attack with her additional shot or whatever, like every X amount of seconds. And they're just like, oh sweet, AoE application. You can if you really are like me and you really want her to do more application, here's the solution. You can get C2. Not that, which is annoying in the first place, but no, her C2 doesn't actually apply the element. It just does the damage in a pretty color. It literally doesn't actually apply the element. The conversion doesn't matter. It can't apply the element. It can't trigger a reaction with C2. It just has a pretty color. That's literally all her C2 does. It's just a little bit of additional motion value that has a pretty color. Like, and that's kind of like most of her kit in general, right? She doesn't actually trigger that many reactions. And it's going to push her towards, like, since she can't trigger that many reactions, it's going to push her towards, and she's just built to have, like, a decent multiplier damage, it's going to push her towards just being, like, a pyro DPS. And that's so boring. Because, like, she could have just been a pyro DPS then. So, anyways, like she's just making a bunch of numbers on screen and, like, tickling our monkey brain, but she's not actually doing that much mechanically that we couldn't do already. She's just all visual gimmick, is really all she feels. C1 gives more elemental conversion, it doesn't really increase her application. From what I understand right now. From the footage I saw and from the ICD information. I could be wrong, to be clear. I might be misinterpreting something, but I spent far too much time looking at Chasca footage earlier this week. And my end conclusion is that I'm whelmed. She looks very decent and visually very fun. I absolutely understand why you would enjoy her, and I think she will be fun. But I think I will get bored of her gimmick. So, anyways, it is not basically she does not get anywhere close to what my ideal would have been for a animo DPS, a modal animo DPS that, like, can change their element, because you don't have control over really what she does, other than the party composition, but you're not controlling it with, like, swirls, like, because she doesn't actually infuse. She doesn't do the normal animo infusion things, which is what I actually wanted, and ugh. So, anyways, is there anything else to test with Sethos? I don't think there is. But yeah, having gotten Kenichi ready, having gotten Mualani, like, she is fundamentally, by the way, if anyone hasn't seen it, Chasca is the same thing. She's the same thing wherein she's like, as long as you configure her party right, you basically just press her E, you wait for stacks to build up, and you press a button. Wait for stacks to build up, press a button. Wait for stacks to build up, press a button. Sound familiar? Does this sound familiar at all? Does this sound familiar at all? Navia, in my opinion, is the best one designed of these three. But no, I don't know. I really like, to be clear, they all have their interesting nuances. Like, they've done it for the same foundational idea. They've done a good job differentiating these units. But, like, they're all the Navia likes, where it's just like, engage with some gimmick, build up stacks, and then press button for big numbers. It's all the same thing. Do I need another Navia? When she's not actually triggering that many reactions? If she could trigger a bunch of reactions, she might be my favorite variant of the four. But she doesn't trigger that many reactions right now. She just makes you think she's triggering a ton of reactions. Anyways, how much fun can I have in Genshin without pulling on Chasca banner? I don't know. We'll see what our kit ends up like. I'll probably end up getting her, but I don't know if I'm going to put that many. I don't even know if I'll make a video about her meaningfully, even if I do get her. Like, my priority right now, I think, is leveling up the likes of, obviously, Chiori I'm going to finish soon. The likes of Gaming, Rosaria. If Shenhe ever reruns, I'll be putting a little bit more resources into Hat Lady, Charlotte, and, you know, Lisa, Kaching I'm interested in finishing leveling. Like, when I get these weird constellations that, like when I get things like Xilonen C2, it makes me want to level up more units, and that's resources that I'm probably not going to have for Chasca, right? So, like, I'm in a situation right now where there's enough things I'm interested in messing around with that the smart resource decision for me is to not wish. So, I don't know. I might end up deciding to do what I did for Clorand, and I might do the wishing video on someone else's account. We'll see. Anyways, distracted by Chasca. What else? I think we're good with Sethos. I don't know. I'm gonna have to play around more with him, like, on this build. I'm gonna switch him back, I think, to where? Oh, it's 3-star bow. Why? Because I don't know. It's something I just like slingshot on him. I'm sorry. think I might need more crit rate on the slingshot build, but yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to muck around with things. I think I'm going to switch him back to what he was on before. I think I had an off piece, right? Do that. But maybe with a little bit less ER, right? Like switch from, well, I mean that one's not even that much better to anything. I guess I'll give him a little bit of ER. Right, and then use this EM timepiece. So I think I might keep him on the TF build, is my point. Beyond. I think it's interesting. And then question is, do I switch back to this one? Or do I... No, this is just going to be worse. I don't know. 70 EM is interesting, though. I might muck about with it. Yeah. I think low ER TF build is probably what I'll settle with on Sethos, something like this. His attack is now less than 1,000. That's funny. Anyways, what are we doing? What other character? Let's see. Oh, no, wrong button again. God dang it. Sethos doesn't need that much attack, to be clear. Not in normal Sethos teams. You build them for EM. Why am I struggling? Well, Electro for sure. That I knew. But I was just trying to... Oh yeah, okay, we can... Oh boy. So on the list is... Who next? Cookie... Have you tried soloing in the Abyss? I don't really like soloing, personally.
If you ever want
I don't think I'd
I'm always
have characters that particularly make that much... I don't know, I could like try to go through with... Well, you need 2 elements in the first side, otherwise it's just annoying. I don't know, it might be... I don't really want to. No, it's not that fun to me. Sorry. It's a funny thing to do once to like test the strength of characters sometimes, right? Like it's funny to do on polearms only or something with Arlecchino constellations, but... I already talked about Razor, and I don't have Razor built enough to like meaningfully test anything. I don't actually think he gains a ton because of the fact that like Thundering Fury doesn't really work with Geo, since you're losing some component of what makes Thundering Fury work for him triggering Burgeons, Overloads, Blooms, Electro charges all at the same time, right? You're sacrificing some mix of those reactions to use Xilonen C2 with him. Kaching is obviously fun burst spam. Beto does get reduced from 20 seconds to basically full uptime. So again, like full uptime burst with the asterisk of like taking advantage of that. Again, it's going to require like truly taking advantage of it requires a shorter rotation. Yeah, so you missed DPS Xilonen yesterday, and when it wasn't a live stream, you can just go watch it. DPS Xilonen is fun, right? They actually made they did enough to make her a usable DPS compared to like Kachina, where no, basically. I don't think we need to test anything with Beto, honestly. I don't have any immediate obvious ideas unless anyone has any suggestions in chat for what I should test with Beto. I'm down to test something with Beto because I have her actually properly leveled and everything. So she's invested enough. We can probably test something meaningfully with her. Whether it be on an emblem build, probably on an emblem build still. Which I think does she have her equipment? Yeah, she does. Other than her ER timepiece. What is in my freaking throat? Anyways, does anyone want to see anything with Beto? I don't have an immediate idea that is anything particularly crazy, other than just you can gain a little bit more value from her, from having higher uptime bursts. Just have to switch her timepiece, but it would be like Farina, Xilonen, I don't know, Beto. Either I don't know, you could just kind of mix it around. We could add in Dendro. Beto's strength shines in AoE, by the way, and that's not going to change with Xilonen C2. But we could do an aggravate team, right? Xilonen, Beto, Nahida, Farina, something like that, and do like a more on-fieldy focused Beto. Could be kind of interesting. We could try something like that. After testing C2 Xilonen, I mean, I'm nowhere near done testing. So, like, quite frankly, like, there's enough different components. Like, I talked about her other console, the non-electro parts of her C2. I'm not gonna meaningfully test her non-electro parts. But maybe we'll test the cryo stuff actually, with like Ganyu or something. Because Ganyu was like relatively underwhelming, honestly. Mount Ganyu I thought would feel better than it did, but maybe the 60% crit damage will do a bunch. I mean, those are just stats though. They're just like, yep, do more damage. Versus the Electro one is the one I actually want to test. So for me, do I feel it's worthwhile? Yes, because I think it's a weird tool that I want in my toolbox to do shenanigans with characters. That's ultimately all it is. I do not think it's worth it to most players. That's for sure. So, anyways, oh, the Yao-Yao thingy. Oh yeah. What does Yao-Yao's cooldown look like? I think. The Yao-Yao thing is weird, right? But it should be. So the Yao-Yao thing, by the way, is Beto's. Beto does some additional electro damage. Like, you can turn her into Weird Razor, right? So what does that look like with Xilonen? What, Bennett? Yao-Yao?
Wow. Where did that come from?
Xilonen? I mean, you're not bringing... Again, if you're not bringing Hydro in, it's like... Are you actually doing that much with her on field meaningfully? Doesn't see one give them must be people that are listening to me yapping 20 minutes ago about Shivers. As far as I could tell of Chasca footage from C1, she didn't seem to trigger meaningfully more reactions, but I could be wrong. Either way, it's a f***ing C1. That's cringe. I don't care. I'm gonna evaluate the C0 character. Them locking, if her C1 does result in her having like meaningfully more relevance to like trigger a lot more reactions, that's cringe. Don't do that. That should be C0. So I don't even care if it fixes it. I don't want to have to get C1 for her to like actually be kind of interesting and not just visual gimmick. Anyways, I don't know if the Yao-Yao thing makes sense with Xilonen C2. I don't like versus just like using Nahida, right? Because Yao-Yao,
want to trade tactics. I'm always.
It's a weird niche thing in general, but like I don't think the additional slight instances of application are going to make a meaningful difference versus just, I don't know, do more skill parries on Beto or whatever. Obviously, her burst doesn't matter for that. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It'd be weird.
I do worry about the well-being of...
We can test it quick, I guess, though. We just need to give her a weapon, I think, and a timepiece. Actually, the question is, does she even need a... Normally, I just use, like, an ER build on her, because if I'm using Beta, I just needed her to burst consistently. What's her cooldown on her skill? 7.5 seconds? You know what I want to try? Oh, God damn. You know what I want to try on-field Beto. We're going to do Farina, Nahida, Xilonen. On-field Beto. Because I think it'd be fun. That's why. We're going to do main DPS Albedo. Where? Am I struggling? Did I say Albedo? Beto. Albedo. What? Why is it so hard to find character heads? There it is. Jesus Christ. So the question is, ER timepiece. Do we need ER timepiece? I think it depends on what weapon I'm putting on her. Oh, did we do Thundering Fury instead? I was gonna put like Sack Greatsword or something on her, but maybe we do Thundering Fury. Maybe I mean, Thundering Fury, skill cooldown reduction, plus the energy refund. Let's try TF. How can I not? Alright, we're gonna yoink out those build, I guess. Probably at least. Yoink. Yoink. Yeah, we're just gonna yoink out those. Alright, 4-piece TF, Serpent Spine, 160 ER might be more than we need, but our burst cost is still not low. But let's do it. On-field beta with C2 Xilonen. Should get enough energy. Hopefully we can do more skills, because that'll be fun. And we'll see. C2 Xilonen helps Eula get more crit damage. That's true, I hadn't considered that, yeah. But it's true. Remind me later and I can try Eula Xilonen. I'm gonna have to reconfigure Eula. But yeah. Eula Xilonen. With her C2. Raiden. Farina. It's a high investment team, but that's just what you gotta do with Eula. Alright. I guess we're doing second side again because yup. Farina. Welcome to Farina Impact, everyone, by the way. I know we're using it a lot, but yep, Xilonen do be a healer, and Farina do be a buffer that also has, uptime that lets us actually take advantage of the cooldown reduction, right? We need a mix of high uptime or low cooldown abilities. So, yep, Farina Impact. Who was the last unit? Nahida? Yeah, let's do aggravates. Yep. This is a very, oh boy. This is one of those circumstances. This is why I power down units sometimes, like how my Farina's powered down. Because C2 Nahida, C2 Farina, and C2 Xilonen, all to make Beto stronger. But I don't know. This is why I like these supporter constellations, is to make goofy things like this stronger, but I do wish to emphasize. My Nahida is not, configured to do a ton of damage. My Farina is not configured to do a ton of damage, but obviously the conjunction of these constellations are meaningfully increasing damage. So I don't think it's crazily unrelatable or crazily impossible to do, without C2 Nahida, without C2 Farina, whatever in this team. But it will be a slightly different experience in some form or another. But I'm not cranking up their damage to levels where it's impossible to clear, I would think, with this team. Particularly this Abyss cycle, it's not that hard. You have C6 Fire Zone? Yes. You don't have any of those four characters? That's amusing. That is unfortunate. An unfortunate sequence of not critting there. Go to your frickin' thing. There we go. Bam, bam. There we go. That was that was almost the best I've done. Fairly ideal. Alright, let Serpent Spine stacks build. I think we just start with like an E, switch to Xilonen. Actually, no, do we start? No, we start with Burst, right? Because may as well start with Burst so that we can get stuff going. Have Beto things happening while we're, So again, this is a single target situation for Beto. So we're not going to see maximum value from Beto here, to say the least. But 21k on Bloom there.
Your coming was foretold.
Just stay true to the power of the desert python. Time to shine.
Bloom as the flowers in a boulevard.
Should have switched to Beta there. I didn't. No, I hit AE before that. Good job, me. I don't know if TF is actually doing much here because of how little field time I've actually spent. Oh, I had to switch. There we go. Oh yeah, Yaya would... Oh, maybe Yaya would be interesting to test here. Yeah, obviously it's been noticeable having the higher uptime, but... Nice 50k there, I think. Was that 50k? It shouldn't have been 50k. Maybe I did not see 50k. I was riding Xilonen, Farina, and Xilonen. That should be fine. It should be basically the same as the like Gene variant, or I mean, it should be a little bit better than the Gene variant, probably. But like with the asterisk of like I can't properly test that, right, because of Farina C2. Obviously, in my case, Farina C2 is going to make it better. But with a non-Farina C2, as long as you make proper use of how Xilonen's healing works, it should still be better. But a little bit harder to play, such that like a lot of people might not feel it's that significantly better, right? Due to it being harder to get damage bonus going for Farina. But it still should be pretty good. It was 56k? Oh, okay.
Everlasting as the moon.
Didn't expect to get that much from her skill. I talked about the reaction buffs earlier. They are a very good change to the game. And probably one of the best changes they've done in recent memory. And it helps older units a heck of a lot. Especially as they are strengthening newer units. But newer units don't gain as much as older units do from that. I didn't build up stacks, but oh well. Oh, I had a shield me up because Yep, I know. You don't like people having shields.
Hear the echoes of the valley.
Nice 60k there. Yeah, if you play the parries properly, it is definitely interesting. Another 50k there. I didn't actually deal damage because of, yeah, but it's fine. Oh man, parrying on Beto is so satisfying. A lot. She needed to have like some kind of sound effect or something, but like parrying Magu Kinki's hits and being able to use her to like trigger the blooms too is really fun. I can't lie. That's like, there's a nice 70k. Like, I can't say that like, you know, the Xilonen C2 actually mattered crazily that much there, but it particularly in AoE situations, I think you would notice it. But I don't know, man. Parrying Kinky with Beto, hadn't even considered that. That's all I really noticed there. It's just fun to use Beto against Kinky.
Wanted my full attention, did you?
He is indeed just a time waster, but you can see like that team was able to deal with like Kinky's baloney pretty easily. But it is Nahi to, you know, Nahi to fit it together, of course. So, yeah, I know, but yeah, still. Let's start with that. My energy. Maybe I should have tried to parry that, but whatever. Hmm.
Bring it.
It's weird. I think if I am, you know, triggering an ideal amount of things, right? Like, and triggering reactions constantly, the Magu Kinky circumstance went really well there. Where I think I kept buffs up meaningfully well. And I had a number of good parry instances, like, but here, Beta wasn't really doing all that much realistically, right? So it's weird, but I think it's just like weirdness with how Beta works ultimately, not really a selling or non-selling point of Xilonen. I think Xilonen realistically just isn't doing a ton here, right? As I'd say what this is. So, I don't know. Take that for what you will. I know I didn't have Frina going there. No, I was hoping to get the kill with her skill. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways. This is bad. I mean, I do think the play was bad against the cube, and it didn't really do much special against the cube. But the kinky output there was pretty good. So, anyways. You can already clear with C0, so what's the point? I agree. I agree. What is indeed the point? Which is exactly why I care not about the stats it gives, and I care about the fact that it lets me do weird things with Electro characters. That is why I wanted her C2. I agree. Like an aggravated Xilonen is not that good. I mean, offense, defense, offense, offense, defense. Anyway, and again, we're messing with C2, so you know, I don't disagree. It you know, yeah, Kazuha was good in aggravate. Go figure. But I also think she's pretty good in aggravate. So, yeah. Without C2. As long as you acknowledge that, yes, she's more defensive focused. What are we doing? Beta was good. We need, who did I stole Sethos, or artifacts from Sethos, right? Yeah. I did indeed. Alright, fix my builds. Oh boy. Here we go. Where is, oh, frick, the stupid, dang. Just wanted not to do that. Okay. And then, so anyways, I might mess around more with Beto and Xilonen C2, but it was interesting.
We should take a break after.
Anyways, but yeah, I don't think Xilonen C2 is worth it to most people. I don't think most constellations are worth it to most people, but if you're a certain high investment level player, like the thing with Xilonen C2, right, is for someone like me who's been playing for like 3 years, Xilonen at a baseline is not really that much new. She doesn't really enable a ton of new things at a baseline. She is a bit better in some circumstances, like she enabled me because I didn't have, you know, compelling options for like a second Geo teammate. I didn't have Zhongli, right, for Navia kind of thing. I don't have C1 Chiori for Navia. But so Xilonen has felt pretty good for Navia, and you know, enabled me to do weird things like the Navia Arlecchino team. That felt, you know, pretty enjoyable. And then nuance, like her higher buff up time makes her, you know, much more compelling to use with Mulan or whatever, right? There are definite contexts where I can see her being valuable for my account at a baseline, but I wanted her C2 because that's the differentiator for me specifically. Because it lets me do fun shenanigans with Electro things. So, anyways, I kind of want to do more beta things, but with a more off-field focused beta. But I'm not gonna worry about that right now. C2, like having C2 R1 Xilonen is like the difference maker, and like her actually being just kind of better than Kazuha in most situations, right? Like she's definitely a more imbalanced character with C2, I would say. But I could certainly leave her non-Electro buffs for her C2 behind and not care that much. I think we're good with Sethos. Let's do... we're on to Yai, Raiden, or Kuki, right? Is who we have left. You'd meow for Xilonen C2. What does that mean? I don't know. I don't know if meowing would acquire you a C2, but you're welcome to go to Mahoya headquarters and just meow constantly until they give you Primo Gems. Maybe that'll work. Who knows? If it turns into a marketing stunt, you would think they'd do that for you. Anyway, what am I doing? Yeah, we've seen Official's kind of mostly whatever. Just weird. Interesting that it lets you burst constantly. That was better than I felt. So now we're on to Raiden, Yai, Kuki. So Yai, I think, is actually very kind of boring with her, most likely. Like, it'll let us burst consistently. That's it. To be honest. That do be it. Right. To be clear, Yai is one of the characters that can fit into, because of the fact that her skill is 14 seconds, and her cooldown is 12 seconds functionally, because it's 3 times of skills, so 4 times 3. So that fits within the 15-second windows, wherein she could be a compelling off-fielder to be paired with doing other things. But as far as the cooldown reduction goes, and the energy refund, specifically for her, is yeah, it just lets you like burst consistently every rotation. So we can try. I don't know. What do we try? Try her with Pyro DPS. I mean, yes, I have in the past. It will be slightly stronger with C2. 45% attack is more attack. It's slightly stronger. The attack is the most underwhelming one, though. I don't know. I don't think I really need to test that much with Pyro DPS. It'll be slightly better. Actually, no. Does it? Maybe I'm underestimating Yai Xilonen C2, because this is the first time I'd like seriously consider maybe we do actually do burst DPS Yai, because in a team where we can like get 2 refunds, like we can get the 25 energy every like 8-9 seconds. Yeah, all right. Like I would get the energy refund every 8-9 seconds. Anyway, what are we doing? And I haven't played Yai with Dendro actually in a while. I've been doing so much Yai Chevrolet stuff lately instead of Yai Dendro. But we'll probably do Yai Dendro. Do we do Yai Dendro here? Obviously, we're not doing Yai Chevrolet. I think I'd rather use Yai like in the context of doing. Well, I was gonna say the context of doing something with Raiden. I don't know who you did for her last life though. I mean, I know, but I mean, realistically, it is. I was more just considering Dendro or not. Oh, for Arena Impact. All right, let's test a more not needing to on-field a specific unit team variation first, I think, because that'll give me the highest potential to just constantly burst on Yai. By the way, what do I have for ER on Yai? So she's on a 2-piece, 120 ER. We'll see. She still has a 90 burst cost, right? So you know what? Let's try official, and a Dendro unit. Like realistically, for is just doing like an electro charge team. This might be better, but I don't know. It's probably not better. I don't know. It was. I just want to have flexibility to test the extent of how much we can do a constant burst on Yai, right? So we'll just do that, I think, for maximum flexibility. I don't normally actually care to play Yai with Nahida that often anymore, though, for what it's worth. Is Yai worth the pull, or is Fischl just enough? Fischl is just enough for most people, realistically. But at the same time, I've been able to use Yai in basically every single Abyss cycle. But you could also say that of Fischl. So I actually don't know if there's an Abyss cycle I haven't used Yai in, quite frankly. What am I doing? Do the yep. What will happen? I don't know. Like, I think I might have to try an Emblem Yai build, right? Because like trying to think about like doing something with Raiden sounds kind of fun. As an Emblem Yai build, maybe. I don't know. Will that work? I don't think that'll work. You didn't get your cryo shot? It didn't matter in that instance. Okie dokie. Wait. No, we're just gonna forgo the thing this rotation. And we like do. Oh well. Yeah. Oh hey, we still hit it. Nice. Do that. Do this. And they're just dead already. Okay. See, this is why I don't do Nahida C2 with Yai. It's too much damage sometimes. Wait, I should have did first. Oh, that was stupid. Okay. No, whatever. Do this. Do that. I can't like. I can't meaningfully test it. Like I'm doing too much now. I need a worse Dendra unit. I do think I need to switch to a worse Dendra unit. We'll try against the next chambers as well. Yeah, Yai is definitely better in as far as damage output compared to Fischl in Shiver's teams, generally speaking. But you also might not want to deal with... I'm doing freaking charge attacks back then. You also might not want to deal with her rotation time sometimes, so it's not like Yai is an ideal choice for Shiver's teams in every single context. You and your stupid... Yes, the Fischl has plenty of contexts where she is a lot better than Yai. Like, Fischl does more unique mechanical things than Yai. Yai is more just an off-field damage healer. With a decent amount of versatility because she is an off-field damage dealer, essentially.
A sight to behold. Emerge, right here.
You're doing your shtick.
Nothing lasts forever. Right now, right here, emerge. Bring it. Get it, Raven. Retreat for your little.
Okay. Yeah, this is kind of fun. I like be able to to be clear, I think what I need to do is like be yeah, that's yeah. I think I need to do
No more games.
oh. We're gonna try that again. So I think Kinky is an interesting actually testing here. I think I need to like, because there was an instance there where I switched to Yai, I wanted to use their burst, but the cooldown was still going. But I could have actually just switched to Xilonen and done another skill activation on Xilonen to get her cooldown reset, right? I think that's what I could have done there. I'm gonna mess around with that in a little bit. It's really annoying that I can't just reset individual chambers, but oh well. Arlecchino's on a 4-piece gladiator build with 76 crit rate, like 250 crit damage. That's why she's a little bit inconsistent. Stop. Bro, also you put dinner in, so don't do that. Anyways, stop. But yeah, the my Arlecchino build is very good.
Right now. Emerge. By royal committed to memory, make yourself a home. Nothing lasts forever. Right here.
This
Midnight Fantastic.
The Temple of Wisdom.
Bring it. Hear the echoes of the valley.
I'm always watching.
well, that was a waste, but you know, we'll still check it because see, we got the energy back there, but we need
I summon thee. Emerge. Right now. Right here.
oh, now he's just gonna die.
Forever.
Well, good targeting, yay.
Right now. Right here.
But I don't know. Like it's definitely noticeable. It's definitely noticeable how much more I can burst in Yai. Is it that crazy of a damage increase? I think it definitely in a team like that one. I think it is a potentially fairly meaningful damage increase, because
The hearth.
because if your team is flexible to like be able to constantly do like Yai's big bursts that can nuke down enemies at the right times, and you don't. Can I dodge? Yeah. Anyways, I do think it's in a team like that one, where it's not just, oh, Yai bursts once per rotation, but Yai can flexibly kind of burst mostly whenever I need, is kind of the weird nuance there, is what I've been feeling. And one thing was like, I don't think there was a single instance where like a thing that happens a lot of times when I try to use Yai burst in certain teams. And again, this is a situation of like teams that are not flexible to switch to her freely. Is I will switch to her, use her burst, and be like, wait, did I actually have turrets still up, or am I even going to get the 4 hits on her burst, and I just like only get 2 hits on her burst, or 1 hit on her burst, or whatever, right? And that's just like, well, that was not worth a while. So yeah, again, like the energy thing at the start of the rotation here, right? Where you're going to be able to see, I should have my burst back probably when I switch to TI. Yeah, basically back. Here we go, and we can do that. Do official, do you, and then I could do this again, or I could actually switch to you, right? Do that, and then have her cooldown reset, but I'm not going to do that right now. You know. C2 Nahida, by the way, is making this. Where's the dude? I didn't even look. Oh, he's over there. Oops. Did you teleport yet? Or not? I don't think you did. C2 Nahida is obviously making this a little stronger. So it's weird. Oh, you teleporters, you little lightweight. I don't know. It's weird. It's situationally relevant because it just gives you more uptime on a big ability to do some front-loaded damage. There might be weird nuance with doing an emblem build, but it's goofy. It's goofy. That's what I'd say, because the way to like try to workshop like how many bursts could you actually get in like the more interesting test case for Yai would be in a team that's not doing quite as much damage, weirdly, because let's if we divide out like what the maximum potential number of bursts Yai would be able to get in a given time frame, right? Let's say, let's use a minute and a half as a baseline, because that's like the threshold to clear a chamber. Like a minute and a half, both sides gets you 3 stars, right? So that's 90 seconds, and if we divide that by the 22-second cooldown, normally that'd be at most 4 Yai bursts, right? In a 90-second rotation situation. But Xilonen can get with her C2. This is what I'm trying to like. I'm trying to use some math to illustrate the difference that I felt there. It's not like what was actually happening specifically, but what would be like the maximum theoretical. So reducing cooldown by 6 seconds. That can happen every we'll say 10 seconds for simplicity. So that could happen in 90 seconds, right? If we're taking a minute and a half to clear, which you probably aren't if you have a C2 Xilonen, but let's just say, right? That could be 9 instances of cooldown reduction, which 9 times 6 second burst cooldown reduction is 54 seconds of cooldown reduction. And but the question is like, is every instance of that cooldown reduction going to make a difference? And the answer is no, probably, right? But if it was, right, if it was 54, if we were theoretically getting every single one of those instances of cooldown reduction to make a difference, throughout a minute and a half duration, right, that would be if we use go take Yai burst, the total cooldown time of Yai burst over 4 bursts would have been, for the 90 second clear time, would have been 22 times 4 is 88 seconds, right? So like theoretically you reduce I don't know, it's weird, right? That's what I like. Obviously you're not gonna reduce to bursting every 10 seconds. And it's more gonna be in every 15 second on average probably, but it's gonna be like the theoretical optimal is like you get 1 in 18 seconds, you get like 1 in like 16 seconds, and then you do like, I don't know. The distribution is so weird to think about. I don't know. I don't know if I'm explaining this properly either. I'm just kind of trying to as I'm thinking through things. So I don't know, like what is the number of Yai bursts, right, that you can get in 90 seconds with C2 Xilonen? What is the number? That's the question I'm trying to answer. Boy, that's a weird question to answer. I don't know. I don't know what the realistic expectation is, because like it's you can't just say like it's gonna do. It's always gonna give you value, right? We saw in plenty of instances just in that one run there, wherein like we used Xilonen C2 and it didn't give value, so that would be one where it wouldn't be resulting in an extra burst kind of thing. So I don't know. Does she make the CR less overall, or do you need to skill on her to make it work? On Yai, you would definitely still need to, like, if you're this would be like you're on fielding Yai most of the time, right? That's what we were doing. We were defaulting to switching back to Yai the most to get the extra value out of her burst. If we're doing something like pairing her with another unit that wants to use their own field time, it would make it much harder to flexibly be freely able to use her burst constantly, right? Yeah, I don't have Chlorine, sorry. But it would be funny, yes, to just spam all the bursts. Anyways, yeah, let's test Raiden. I don't know. Yai is gonna take more messing around with. It's weird because I definitely felt it. I definitely felt it. But how often it will meaningfully make a difference is weird to evaluate, right? It is ultimately all it is. Xilonen, Raiden. Now I have Hybrid Raiden. So, you know, it means we do Hydrodendro things. Most likely. Hybrid Raiden can work without doing Hydrodendro things, to be clear. I use Hybrid Raiden in Shiver's teams, and I like it. Also, Hybrid Raiden, by the way, is getting a buff with the 5.2 reaction changes. Anyways, this is probably the strongest version of Hybrid Raiden I now have in my account, realistically. So I guess let's test the strongest version of Hybrid Raiden I have in my account. And I think it's going to be strong enough that we just won't have to worry about this as long as we or specifically the cryo shield is actually going to be the problem here. But yeah, let's see. Let's see. And let's do a Chevy team on the other side for once. Electrocharge, Shatter, Superconduct, and Overload are getting buffed. It's a simple thing. Well, of course, didn't even see the big number. I need to view. I don't know if I actually got the Electro buff. God dang it, man. I hate this first chamber. I'm gonna be glad when this abyss is gone. It's not that fun. It's overly easy. Not that it's just like bring a couple elements to deal with the shields. Otherwise, it's just annoying. I'm gonna try this slightly weirdly here. Because of the fact that just everything died before I even like kind of ride in. I didn't ride it yet. They still died before it. Okay. Look, Hybrid Raiden just does this. Okay. I should have not hated it. No, I know how to deal with this. I know how to deal with this in this chamber. Could we try using Yao? Yes, we could. But it's just going to be... It'll be fine. It'll have weird Dendro application issues, though, because of Yao's RNG targeting, but in single target, it won't matter. Well, mostly. I don't know. No. Yao's application is going to be problematic because of... You know, if there's Hydra on the enemy, the Dendro application might get used to create a Dendro core. It'd be hard to keep up quicken. But being that we have the cooldown reduction, I don't know. The cooldown doesn't... Like, Yaya has a 20-second burst cooldown, so it's like, it's weird. That's what some of my point is. Just again, whatever.
You're my
33,000 aggravate. God dang it! Why can you? Why? What is with this dude? When I want him to get his Electro shield quickly, he doesn't. And then okay, I don't know. It's probably something when you're hugging him, he gets his freaking shield right away. I have no idea. It's freaking annoying though. That's what I'll say. Whatever. I should have just tested the other side. No, I'm stubborn. I'm sorry. You know what? We are gonna switch to a different Dendro unit though, because let's see. Wait, are your cooldowns though? You have a 20-second burst cooldown, don't you? Yeah. Hoyo in only giving good uptime abilities with not annoying cooldowns to the Archons. Do we, Yao? Do we, Yao? I don't know, I could Yao. I guess we'll try Yao. I think that'll be enough. There we go. I would really like a crit rate circlet on you. I don't have a crit rate circlet in Deepwood. Oh, it's on Dendro Trova, that's why. There we go. Okay. There we go. Alright. Let's see. It'll be weird. At the very least, Yaya has a cooldown on her skillet matches. I think part of the problem there a little bit was actually like the part of the reason I want to try this is because like all the burst animations made it so that there wasn't that much value, I think, in I don't know. It was also just a problem we were doing too much damage with Nahida. Right. So I wasn't able to actually like meaningfully do anything with Raiden. ultimately. That's why I tend not towards using Nahida with mini teams. Anywho's, yes, you did miss Sethos. We did a bit with Sethos. What am I doing? We'll do Chevy. Chevy. We could do something weird with Emily, potentially with Raiden, but we'd have to bring in Pyro. Like, I've done weird Emily, like Bennett, Raiden, Hyper Raiden things, and it does work.
Let's get down to business.
Stay put.
Inazuma shines eternal.
Alright, I'm just gonna ignore the Electro dude. But yeah, the question is like, okay, we could burst right away with Raiden there again, right? But we have to like do, I don't know. I feel like Hyper Raiden actually doesn't gain that much from this is my vibe right now. Because of we have not it limits her options for ideal teammates such as Xilonen. Now we need to deal with the bubble. Yeah, I need to like, burst more on Yo-Yo. I should have done that after, but yeah. Yo-Yo's field time is not ideal. If you want to spend more field time with other units, obviously.
Letting brave names echo.
Don't be scared.
Inazuma shines eternal.
Oh, this is... No, I'm not going to continue with that. I don't feel like slogging my way through with shield. No, Raiden is not C2. BVAC, I feel like you watch me enough that you should know my Raiden is not C2. I've seen you around enough. Are you really? You missed that? This is Hyper. Whatever. No, it's Hyper Raiden, not C2. No, my Raiden is not C5. She's C5 on freaking polearms only. No, she's not C5. She's not C6. Different accounts, yo. I don't know what to do other than like I title and thumbnail videos with polearms only. People don't connect that the polearms only is polearms only, and it's polearms only. This is not polearms only. Anyways, I don't know. It just confuses me how this is still a problem. People like they see that I went for Raiden C6. They did not connect the dots that it was on a polearm account. Like, okay. Anyways, I'm lacking one con on both accounts. Yeah, I don't. On polearms only, I just don't care. On this account, I purposely did not go for Raiden C2. So, anyways, I'm trying to think what we do that's not just like Hyper Raiden, right? Because like the most obvious thing we can do is just like do Sara, Raiden, Bennett, and have faster rotations, and that is meaningful. To show she's valid without C2, yeah. Specifically to show she's valid on this build without C2. I don't know. I'm actually kind of struggling to figure out a way to like make it feel like it does that much for Raiden. It'll just make her feel potentially more consistent, to be clear. We still have flexibility, right? I can still do normal rotations with like a Dendro Traveler and use her as a buffer, right? And do, I don't know, just throw in the lowest investment possible version, right? It was testing the first side, not going full way through. But I think I think for most of Hybrid Raiden's teams, right, I'm just going to be limited to normal rotation times, is my vibe. So I think Hybrid Raiden specifically doesn't gain much. Right. That's my vibe. I don't know if I actually...
Heroes of the valley. Now you shall perish.
Yeah, right, like, it still works. Hello, I don't know why you're alive. It still works. But it doesn't really change the rotation, and obviously if I'm using Xingqiu Hydro Traveler, or Xingqiu and Hydro Traveler, no. Xingqiu and Dendro Traveler, we're relegated to 20-second rotations, right? So, therefore, like, it's not really valuable, other than for energy refund. So this is a context where, like, it just, like, doesn't do much at all, right? So I end up push towards, again, the same thing, where you need to have the high uptime abilities. High uptime or low cooldown abilities. So... And the problem is just Xilonen is in the flex slot of Hybrid Raiden teams. Right, so like if I could do Fischl with Hybrid Raiden, well, I guess I technically can. I don't know. We can try something like this, actually. This is technically still Hybrid Raiden. It's just in an Electro Charge team. So I don't know. We can try it. But yeah, like being that Xilonen is the flex slot makes it less likely, I think, Hybrid Raiden for Dendro teams in particular will be able to do much, but I don't know. And we have the same damage. Oh wait, no, I should have. It doesn't matter.
Midnight fantastic.
Brave names echo. Let the world fly. Torn to oblivion.
I don't know why I'm bothering with that. Yeah, this team will be better with 5.2. Yeah. Yeah. Well, Electro Charge is being meaningfully buffed in version 5.2. I guess to take advantage of something to do official Q there.
Now you shall perish. There is no escape.
Midnight fantastic.
I mean, we have Raiden up again immediately, right? Is it possible? Okay, something I want to check here, I guess, is can we do a second Raiden burst before we end the first Farina burst? I think that's probably an important question. Can we do a second Raiden burst before we end first Farina burst? Let's try to do that. How do we do that? Farina burst lasts 18 seconds. We reduce Raiden's cooldown to 12 seconds. Let's just try rotating normally first. I'm just not gonna worry about like actually hitting enemies. I'm just gonna see if I can do it. That's what I'll do. Whatever, we didn't get Farina buff going there. That's fine. Or didn't get crystallized. No. Wait, no we did. Yeah, we did. Interesting. Okay. Huh. Huh. I mean, Swirl is buffed by those reactions being buffed.
Let's get down to business.
There is no escape.
Chores.
But the mountain flames boil. Time to shine.
Oops. Switch to Operator. Weird. So the that was just bad, but if you burst multiple times within one Farina burst, right, on Raiden, it's more front-loaded damage, is notably what it is in this context. Which is very weird. It's interesting. So,
Let's get down to business.
I don't know.
Shine down. Hear the echoes of the thought.
Can you not run away from me,
To
bro?
oblivion.
Oh, wait, still got hit. Nice.
Midnight Phantasm.
Inazuma shines eternal.
I don't think I did it there. Spent too much time doing... I don't know if I should bother with Fischl. Let's try... What do we do?
It's my lucky
Try knee, this,
Let the mountains veins boil.
this,
Midnight Phantasm.
and then do this.
Now you shall perish.
Alright, and then do that, and do
Inazuma shines eternal.
yeah. So we run out of it though, still during our second thing. So like, it's, the thing is, it's not like necessarily that much better to do that versus just slowing down the rotation and like restarting for Rena buff, right? I don't know. It's weird. Like, it doesn't have no value. But it feels like it's mostly just the value of the energy refunding, ultimately. Whereas where it could try and best be able to reduce Raiden's ER needs a little bit. But reducing Raiden's ER needs a little bit isn't that relevant when she can scale so much of her damage just by building more ER anyways. Like, it's not as much as a downside to build extra ER on her, because it's, you know, she, both with 4-piece emblem and with the 4P, or her passive, she's converting energy to damage. And also if you have engulfing, she converts even more energy to damage, such that energy refunding on her isn't necessarily that relevant. And the cooldown reduction is weird. To get it to line up with other characters' abilities. And it feels like it probably only specifically makes sense in the context of like the hybrid riding things. How is Swirl buffed? I'm just gonna assume you don't know. The Swirl, like, damage on its own is kind of whatever. The important thing about Swirl is that Swirl notably can swirl elements. Like, the whole gimmick of the reaction is that it puts that you swirl pyro and you poop a bunch of pyro on all of the things that were like in like the AoE of Kazuha, right? That pyro that Kazuha puts on will then use his EM if you have like Electro on those enemies, or you swirl Electro at the same time, and you'll trigger a bunch of overloads. Or if you're, or notably, like, that is one big thing that makes like Electro charge go absolutely ham with animal units, right? So I don't know, just put Xilonen in there. Why not? Right. So like, Swirl is getting buffed
Time to go.
by those reactions getting buffed. So.
Day.
Bring it. One with nature. Shot clouds high. Birds come.
Finally, fall before me.
I don't know what I was seeing exactly there, but you're getting swirl damage, you're getting electro charge damage, right? So yeah. Anyways, yep. Animal units are getting stronger with that buff. Our animal swirlers, specifically like Sucrose and Kazuha, probably gain the most from it. I don't know. So Raiden feels like she doesn't gain an insane amount of value, right? Like I think she makes the most difference for like that Raiden hyper context. I don't know, I guess it's been a while since I even dare considered putting my Raiden on a normal build on this account. But sure, we can put Raiden on a normal build for half a second, but only half a second and no longer, Probably that is better. And then you probably keep those. So C1 Raiden catch build. I think we can get away with that. Well, yeah, no, we can definitely get away with attack die piece. We'll do the higher crit one. We're doing 5-piece emblem. Oh, hold please. I think I'm just gonna do 5-piece emblem. Sorry, it's just simpler. Anyways, say we got like 200k on the hybrid build before, right? Doing Benny Sara. Plan on getting Chlorand? Probably not.
It's my lucky day.
Hear the echoes of the
Don't actually have to burst, to be clear.
No turning back. Strike.
Why are they all spread out? No, I refuse. I refuse to have them that badly spread out. 5-piece emblem is a flex. I mean, I could have put a better goblet on, to be clear. Since I'm doing 5-piece emblem.
Brave names echo. Everybody
don't need to do that.
stand back. Let's look glory to the Shogun. Flash. Torn to oblivion.
270k, I think.
Illusion shattered. Going in. No turning back. Strike. Inazuma shines eternal.
I'm gonna test the rotation here. I was kind of close to what the rotation would probably look like.
Storm the front.
Do you have to actually
There is no escape.
burst on, or do you have to E on Sara? Oh, you probably do for particles.
This is just
Oh.
my...
Yeah, I think it's a little awkward there with the enemies, but
Let's get down to business. How's this?
Going in. No turning back. Quiver. Torn to oblivion.
yeah. Right. No, stop, bro. Right.
Shine down. Bring it. Hear the echoes of the valley. Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's look glory to the Shogun. Flash.
Yeah, figures. Okay.
Illusion shattered.
There we go.
Let's light it up. I'm going in. Strike. No turning back. Inazuma shines eternal.
I didn't crit.
Brave names echo.
I need to stop bursting on her because I was wasting time.
Everybody stand. Storm the front. Bring it.
I think I'm playing her really bad. I think I'm playing really bad.
It's my lucky day.
I keep on going over there.
No turning back. Quiver. Torn to oblivion.
Die, please.
There is
God
no
dang it.
escape.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like Raiden Hyper that much. I'm sorry. Why do I keep running to the other enemy when I go through them? It's so annoying.
Storm the front. Shine down. Inazuma shines eternal. Bring it. Teamwork is great. Strike.
Of course. Alright, whatever. My builds are not functioning here anyways. Yeah, I know Raiden's not good with the shields. I was just kind of using them to test rotations too. But I was just being bad anyways. Yeah, I don't know. I think Xilonen C2 does not feel that relevant with Raiden. I think if you really like Raiden Hyper, it might be really relevant because of that ability to have shorter rotations, but it's not something I enjoy. So I don't think that's a particularly relevant use case for me, right? And therefore it's just like a minor additional thing of being able, like for Raiden, it mostly just felt like, okay, I can get my energy back sooner in some circumstances, and that was it, for the most part, which is a pretty underwhelming use case, right? It's not useless, but it's a relatively underwhelming use case. So yep, that is correct. And make her more comfortable to play with a little bit lower ER, right? Like I like to play her. So anyways, Yai burst spam. We already did a little bit of that. Yai, I definitely noticed it more than I thought I would, actually. Because the weird nuance of being able to just, as long as you're flexible to swap into her constantly, being able to burst is interesting. So yeah, I don't know. Raiden was actually like the one I think I've been most whelmed by. Where it's just like kind of whatever. Unless I don't know, unless I'm missing a team context that you guys would think makes a lot of sense for her to be used with Xilonen C2 in. Like I guess unironically maybe like wait, no. Well, no. I was gonna do a Chevreuse variant. I was gonna do a Chevreuse variant, but without with Xilonen instead of Chevreuse. But then like Xiangling's cooldown doesn't really matter. It makes it not matter, right? Yeah. So I don't know. It's a side effect of like many of Raiden's teams like using units that just like have cooldowns that don't match up, right? I think I will probably find some kind of hybrid Raiden context where it makes sense, but Kaching is good with C2. Yeah, we did a little bit of Kaching earlier. But yeah, I liked her C2 for Sethos, but it didn't really fundamentally enable Sethos that much. Like more than what I could kind of already do. It just enabled like a higher damage version, because now I could do, you know, a lower ER build with the same thing, more damage, but you know, I don't know. Interesting. Navia with C2 Xilonen. I mean, yeah, we can do some non-electro things. Was there any electro character? Oh, we didn't do Kuki. All right. Kuki is realistically going to be the focus of the video that I want to make. I do not know what exactly the team will look like. I think the two variations I will try are a burning team. So like a burning load team. And this is going to be weird because I do think Kuki needs to be off field. We don't want, well, I guess we could just not Xilonen burst, right? So do Max, I don't feel like reconfiguring Kuki's build for this right at this moment. So we're just going to see if this functions. We're not going to actually test the damage output. Actually, I don't, what do I even do? Do I do an emblem HP focus build? Like a Yalon style build? Or do I do MH? Well, MH would require me to be on field a little bit, which would be not ideal if I want to get, because if I want to get her high damage multiplier burst, not higher, the higher output, the longer duration burst, right? She needs to be below 50% HP. So the idea is just getting multiple Kuki bursts per rotation. So, you know, get 160% of her HP damage per rotation from her skill, right? Yeah, it's either going to be like official variant team or a variant like this, which I think is interesting because I can like on-field deal a little bit in between. I don't know, maybe I can. I don't know. Is that relevant? But it might work. It might work. I don't know. This is the one I want to try. As far as if it works with like the cooldown reductions and everything lining up. So the idea is, you know, start with a Kooky Burst. Start with like, to be clear, start with like doing Kooky E into like probably Emily into Dia into Kooky Burst. And then after Kooky Burst, switch to Dia, do schmacks with Dia, switch back to Kooky, or actually probably have to switch to Xilonen again. Get a energy refund, and then hopefully Kooky Burst again. It's gonna be weird, but I think it might work, right? Yeah, I don't know what the actual build looks like. That's why I don't really want to. That's why I just want to test if it works. If it flows like I am hoping it will, but it might not. We'll see. I might be relegated to the official variants, which would be fine. Official, you know, official Kooky Xilonen. I don't know, just an Electro. Honestly, just that would be fun. Like just an Electro Charge variant, Xilonen, Farina, Kooky official. Right? I don't know. That seems fun. But anyways, use WS to swap options and F to select an option in quests. What? I don't know what that even means. I don't know what select an option in quest means. Oh, you mean like, oh, for like the story quest? So that's good. I don't have to use my freaking mouse anymore. Finally. Yeah. So let's do this. Do this. Do this. Do. Wait. I didn't. Derp. Wait. Do we have to? Do we have to do Kooky Burst to start immediately? It's a bit weird. I don't know. Let's do you. Let's do you this time. Do you. Do you. Right. Do that. Do this. This. And then yeah, do this. And then activate you and Kooky Burst again. Right. And rinse and repeat. I think it works. Might need slightly more energy on Emily with all things, but or Dia. I don't even know I did that, but obviously we don't have the coverage for it. Let's you were banned in another chat stream. I read, is this Ayaka build a joke as an Ayaka cutter build with HP Sand, attack goblet, and a set with EM buff, charge attack buff with catalyst? Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that build, but I don't know why they ban you, but that seems to be their problem.
Out of my way! This will brighten up the place! They're dead meat! I'll settle this!
Interesting. Interesting. I have no idea how exactly it would actually specifically make sense to rotate this team, right? Like, do we... Do we start with a... doing this, doing this, doing this?
A little ambiance! You asked for it! Fresh and floral! Get with me! Bring it! Many brave names echo! Look alive! You're dead meat!
I'm gonna need more energy on Kooky, which is not that surprising. I think we have to build her for the equivalent of having a 60 energy cost or so. weird. It's weird. I don't know. I'm very curious how this will go after I actually build Kuki for damage.
How's this?
Let the mountains veins boil. A little ambiance.
There's more.
Let's get it on. You asked for it. Out of my way. Bonded strong. Ha. Fresh and floral.
Oh, let's not do that.
Bring it. Hear the echoes of the valley.
Yeah, I definitely need more energy on Kuki.
Terrified.
I don't know. After Kuki's actually built up for damage, this will be really interesting. Let's do like a official variant. I don't know. Well, probably official variant. Probably with Dendra still, which means probably not Hida because high uptime ability, yada yada. It's for Kuki damage. Emily into Kuki into Xilo into Dia. Yeah, so probably something like that. I just don't know if I'll actually be able to do what I want with trying to burst on Dia specifically or not, or if I just forgo bursting on Dia, or I don't know. It'll be weird. I think the Dia burst is probably potentially screwing up some things for timing and trying trying to specifically get the most Kuki burst possible is my guess. But I think the idea of trying to still be able to do both is fun. So, you know.
Letting brave names echo. I'll settle this. Shadow Raven. Out of my way.
No rest for the
I see everything. Bring it.
you wish.
Sharing my knowledge.
Yeah, I just need more energy on Kuki. I just need more energy on Kuki to test this more. Ugh. That's fine. Yeah, I think it's gonna be an emblem build on Kuki is what it'll be. If I can make an emblem build work, I don't know what weapon do I don't know. I would like to use Ki. Hello, Neko. Try her out with Raiden already. Yeah, I was actually the most whelmed by Raiden, honestly, of anyone I've tried so far. Like, I felt her the least there in most of the Raiden combinations I tried. I can tell like she would be valuable with Raiden Hyper, like doing Raiden Sara, because Sara also takes advantage of Xilonen C2 meaningfully. But I don't like Raiden Hyper that much, so your name is hard, isn't it? Fyodor Dostoevsky? Not that hard, I don't think. It's probably didn't pronounce it correctly, but it's fine. And it said it well enough that you knew what the name would be. Yeah, I don't know. Kuki is weird. I'm gonna have to mess around with actually building her. I still think she has some of the highest fun weird potential with her Electro C2. Overall, with all the Electro units I think I messed with, right? I think the ones that gain the most from it are Kaching, Yai, especially in contexts where Yai is free to be like on-fielded, essentially, like a more on-fielded focused Yai where you just burst as much as possible, and where you are also free to use Xilonen like E as much as possible, right? Like you basically just be switching between Xilonen and Yai constantly is the ideal, like the variant of the team that I tried, which was I believe it was Yai official Nahida Xilonen. I actually want to go test that team again against like the Capybara or something. It might kill me though, which is oh well, we'll see. yeah, weird situation. There's a lot of weird situations with characters where you can DPS them or on-field them in some way or whatever and get more value from them. Like I think Dori gains some value from it. Sara DPS probably gains some significant value from it. Lisa should gain some meaningful value from it. Lisa off-field will gain value from it, but unfortunately I don't have Lisa built to a degree to try to meaningfully leveled up to a degree to meaningfully test that. Razor I think is iffy, but maybe some value. Kaching, it's yeah, just fun burst spam playstyle. Is a completely weird new playstyle for Kaching, and that is amusing. I do think Kuki worked well enough there at a baseline that I think it will work. The idea I have will work, but I'm gonna have to mess around more with that. It will probably be Kuki will probably be a focus of Xilonen, a video about Xilonen C2. Sethos, I was kind of it didn't make a difference with my normal build, right? Because my normal high energy build just can do constant bursts and do whatever. But like with my normal high energy Thundering Fury build, it's basically the ideal is theoretically do a burst and then do 3 or 4 charge attacks, right? But it requires a specific high energy build, and like ideally like Thundering Fury is nice as well, to make the cooldown on its skill be back as like on time. If you choose, particularly if you choose to do his charge attack spam playstyle instead. What Xilonen C2 let me do is that same thing without needing to build extra energy on him. And on top of that, it allowed me to do just only burst playstyle with like 15-second rotation times. Like doing Kirara, Fischl, Sethos, Xilonen with Xilonen C2 was actually pretty significant with just burst spam playstyle, right? And then it still had situations of having extra flexibility to still use his skill and do some charge attacks after bursting if you wanted some additional like front-loaded AoE damage. So it's weird. Like it felt the most relevant for just only using his burst. Point being, Xilonen C2 did let me use Sethos in a new way. And I didn't actually expect that originally. I thought it was just going to be like energy for more charge attacks, but something that I can already do. So, yeah. But yeah, Gynum, use the account form. On-field beta was interesting, but on-field beta realistically, like Beto's value from Xilonen C2 will shine the most when in AoE situations, because that's when Beto burst shines the most. But it was interesting having more uptime on her burst. Just the value is not shown until you see a meaningful AoE situation. Yeah. So I don't know. The end conclusion is I think, if I'm being honest, I think it's probably I'm slightly underwhelmed by it, more than I expected. How much is your Farina HP with C2 Xilonen? I don't know. Not much, because I don't have a HP focused build on her. I have her on a low HP build. So, it probably gets pretty high with C2. I could put her on Key of Kasha suit, C2, C4 Yalon, do some 100k HP memes if I wanted to, I guess. What? This guy banned me from stream chat and say not to me this build is good. What are you talking about, Jibbery? You saying I banned you? You're literally here chatting. I can read it, and I think other people can read it. So I didn't ban you. You're saying someone else banned you. Oh well. You know, talk to them. Yeah, so I don't know. I think it's honestly slightly underwhelming, the Electro buff. It's still fun, and I'm very glad I have it, because I like it for shenanigans. How often will I truly get use out of it? I don't know. That remains to be seen over time, ultimately, is what I would say. Yeah. I don't know. Did I miss anything? I'm gonna go test the Yai thing against a tankier enemy quick. What does the C1 do? Makes her Night Soul last longer, so it makes her skate longer. Yeah. So yeah, it's nice overworld, particularly because like you could do Yep. I haven't tested how high can she go. What's like a really high cliff? I guess we can jump on like the down here. My opinions on Woowa? I don't like the game. I think they did some interesting things, but it suffers from way too much gotcha BS that just extremely quickly burned me out in the game. Ultimately. And I don't think it's very high quality, but you know. How much what your bar of quality is for a gacha game is up to you. IMO C2 Farina is more valuable? I agree. I do agree. I think C2 Farina and C2 Nahid is stronger, I think. C2 Farina is more valuable probably because it just lets you have her be more consistent with less viable healers. But if you end up playing Farina always with the ideal healers anyways, it's not. So it's not that much higher than she can get in C0, to be honest. I don't think. But she can go notably longer. It's not crazy though. I don't think I'd pull C1 just for exploration. It's not that relevant. It'd be more relevant just to have another character in the party that can have their own exploration ability in conjunction with Xilonen, rather than going for C1 Xilonen just for that. So, try dashing. Yeah, I'm aware. I know you can go faster. Yeah. No, I like her as an exploration ability. I will probably use her all the dang time for exploration. I'm not saying I don't like it. I'm not saying it's not valuable. It's just like C1 specifically is not so relevant that you're like, I need that for an exploration. So, yeah. Anyways, if you want to see like the bridge measurement, I guess. When you speak about builds and people write to this, you don't get banned. Okay, I still don't know really what you're talking about, Jiburi. No, I don't ban people for talking about builds, duh. Anyway, we'll do the non-dashing, so she can go not a little bit farther if you just do her slow mode, right? Notably against her cooldown doesn't start right until after she's out of her mode. So, you know, almost reached the stairs. Yeah, Jiburi, if you have an issue with someone banning you, you're gonna have to take it up with the person that banned you, not me. It doesn't matter to me. Or anyone else in this chat, I don't think. But if you're saying it as, like, thanks for not banning, you're welcome. Like, I don't know, you're welcome that I'm not a total asshole. like, just... I don't know. So, I don't know what the most efficient way to delay your taps are. Something like that. But obviously, you can get to this specific point a lot faster at the sacrifice of a little bit of distance. So, I think most people will probably prefer to, you know, do taps on her. Yeah, do tap dashes, not hold. Don't hold. If you hold, by the way, it just drains your freaking Night Soul instantly. So, you know, capturing radiance is not like you have 10% chance to get saved, but a pity. What? Oh my gosh. Yeah, you can see it. Just, yeah, you don't want to dash. You don't want to hold. You want to tap. You get a way shorter distance if you do that. But yeah. Anyways, she's a very nice exploration character. C1 makes her go a little bit farther, and that's cool. Is it worth going for it versus getting a whole new character? Probably not. But you know, if you value those movement abilities and you want a Gamba and you have spare wishes, I don't know. You do you. Your wishes. Decide yourself. But no, yes, I know that capturing radiance is a pity system for 50-50 losses. That is the simple way to explain it. It makes it so you can't lose too many 50-50s in a row. And if you track your 50-50 losses since 5.0, you can like kind of use that to plan around your wishes a little bit more. Notably, if you've already lost two 50-50s since 5.0 started, you can know that the next one is probably very likely, not guaranteed, but very likely to be the character you want. So, the featured character. C4 testing. No, no. I'm not getting C4. It's a freaking. It's just a flat damage buff. It's fine. It's interesting in that like it's a flat damage buff for normal charge and plunging damage, and you know, triggers in 6 instances, and you know, it triggers on her skill, so she can get that. You know, she can get 12 instances of a flat damage buff. It's probably like a better Yun Jin buff, basically. Is that a reason to go for a C4? So, anyways, oh yeah, we're gonna go test the Yai team. Yeah, that Cookie team. Cookie is the main one I think I gotta mess around with the most to figure out. And then we can test. I don't know, Eula. Since someone mentioned the aspect of Eula being able to use the C2 buff, right? For her crit damage. Bigger Eula number. It would not surprise me that people would pull Xilonen just for Eula. Anyways, does it reset after winning your 50-50 the second time? Yes. If you win a 50-50, it resets to 0. It's a pity system for 50-50 losses. If you win a 50-50, you won a 50-50 and it resets. It's something that really only takes effect over large amounts of wishes ultimately, and it's meant to mitigate getting unlucky. You'd rather win 50-50s forever than ever see capturing radiance, right? That you never want to see capturing radiance. It's a pity system for 50-50 losses. It's something that happens because you got unlucky in the past. Was it? Oh yeah, it was a Yai.
Whatever would you do without me?
What was it? Was it Yai official Nahida? Yeah. And also for fun, we might try Farina instead, because Electro charge Gilbert, I guess, and it'd be fun to see. So let's fight the capybara. I don't know if we will deal enough. I think we will deal very little, actually, points. Oh, I might die. It's fine. Is Aloy for you a joke character in Genshin? I don't have Aloy. She doesn't exist. And she's not a Genshin character. She is a promo character that Sony probably requested Mihoyo put in. You have a capturing radiance chance in next 5-star. Nice. Yeah, so if you lost two 50-50s, Jammer, your next 5-star after you get your guarantee, right? The next 5-star after you're getting guarantee back when you're on a 50-50, it'll be a normal 50-50, but if you lose that 50-50, the game will do, it's estimated a 75% chance to trigger radiance.
Bring it! Hear the echoes of the valley!
Make yourselves a room.
I didn't start with the eye. There we go. We didn't start with the eye burst, so.
Right here. Emerge. Right now.
Okay, good job, me.
Yeah, let the mountain's veins boil!
Nothing lasts forever.
Oh, he's running. We're fine. We're fine.
Oz reveals us. Diminish the memory. Share my knowledge.
Hear the echoes of the valley!
I'm always watching.
There we go. Starting with the burst is definitely, starting without the burst is definitely not ideal. Yep, we almost got energy back.
I summon.
Letting brave names echo!
Oh boy, I saw. Oh no, I freaking knew it. God dang it. So that in the character and need to test.
Right
Oh well.
Emerge. By royal decree.
I don't think this was a very good test because it started without energy, but. What are you doing?
Sight to behold. Right here. Right now.
Ignite fantastic.
Let the mountain's veins boil!
Quickly turn away.
Camera?
Ha! That right here.
Bring it!
Obvious obviously. Team deals a decent amount of damage. Let's try the Farina variant. I'm curious if the Farina variant will do one of the things. Does it reset if you win a 50-50? Yes. It's a pity system for 50-50 losses. It resets if you win a 50-50. It makes it so you don't lose too many 50-50s in a row. That is pretty much at this point from the data we have confirmed what capturing radiance actually is. I didn't change the team. Notably, just the thing to pay attention to for capturing radiance in order to like actually use it to your advantage is to remember, like, keep track of how many 50-50s you've lost since version 5.0 in a row, right? And yes, winning a 50-50 resets it. Oh yeah, Farina, that's what we were gonna try. I was like confusing myself. All right, and I have my burst to start this time. Better to get Xilinen's weapon or her C2. I mean, wish for wish, like it's gonna be smarter to go for a weapon, yes. It's just a question of, like, you know, if you would rather wish on the character banner for either 4-star characters or because, you know, you'd rather lose a 50-50 to a character. But yeah, like the cost of getting C2 is much higher from C0, to be clear. The cost of getting a C2 is much higher from C0 compared to the cost of getting her weapon. And her weapon will just be a good generic extra buff, right?
Emerge. Right here. Oz, reveal thyself. Time to shine.
We're gonna start with this.
So much for eternity.
I didn't realize he was already charging up his butt ass. Or did no? He just did a normal headbutt, and Yai is squishy as all hell. Yeah, that's what happened. Oh my god, bro! Can we just have a testing dummy in the game? Alright, whatever. I think it'll be basically the same but different because not aggravate, right? It'll probably be weaker because electro charge is not as good. Go figure. Anyways. Yeah, I might mess around more with Yai and Xilonen together, but it gives me more flexibility to have more uptime on Yai's versus all that really ultimately is. I'm definitely going to mess around more with Sethos, more with Kuki in particular. See how I can make use of that. But yeah, let's try
Wait for my signal.
put Kuki back there for now. Let's try. Alright, there we go. I pressed the right button. I think the number one thing I realized that I dislike about her C2, to be clear, is how it feels like it pushes me towards Nahida especially, but also Farina to a similar extent, like either or, because right, the number one thing that I hadn't thought that much about before was how much we would need those high uptime abilities, because it's not like there's that many short cooldown abilities in the game that match well with Xilonen's ability to reduce cooldowns, right? So it pushes you towards, if you want to really abuse the cooldown reduction, you need to be pairing with teammates that have high uptime abilities. Like Nahida, like Farina, like the Archon. So it pushes you towards already really strong characters that make the team really strong in general, rather than it being something that, you know, enables the Electro unit to be meaningfully stronger in their own right. It just makes the team a lot stronger because you're just putting Nahida or Farina on the team to some extent, right? And that probably, I think that almost might be the number one thing that makes it feel underwhelming to me more than anything. But there's also definitely still units like Kuki, like Lisa, that I haven't been able to properly mess with yet. So, yeah. Good lord, I've been going for 4 hours. Jesus. Okay, let's. Oh wait, I can. Eula is probably not equipped. But yeah, we're gonna play with Eula a little bit here because Eula will be able to get some. She's mostly equipped. Eula will be able to get some crit damage from C2 Xilonen. And, no, not that. And that's cool. So, yeah, give her that goblet. Probably a crit damage goblet, ideally. And the real question is, well, actually, I don't know. Do we crit damage goblet? Because I don't know. Anyways, or crit damage circlet. ER though is a question. ER is always a question with this lady. We might have to like use that. Actually, let's just assume we need to use this. That's probably good. Let's see how that looks. I don't know. It's probably more crit rate than we need. Yes, it is. I thought I had another ER piece. Oh, it's under well. Bam. There we go. Same amount of crit damage, basically, but hey, 100% crit rate-ish, kind of. Only problem is if we end her burst early, but whatever. 146 ER, Eula. Obviously, this means we're pairing with Farina, in case it's not clear. So, yep. I don't have a compelling enough 4-piece Pale Flame to care. So, yeah, I have 2-piece Pale Flame. And I don't think I'd really want to play Eula without Farina anyways. Sorry. So, yup. Something like that. We can do Fischl instead, I guess. But Raiden gives burst damage bonus. So, no, we're not going to burst on Raiden here. I don't know. That doesn't really matter. You just want Superconduct. We'll do a full run through. We'll do a full run. Oops. There we go. I also do not remember. What are you supposed to do? Like, with you do like Eula E, and then you burst, and then you like do another E. Sylveon, what do you do? What is the Eula combo? It's been a while. I forgot it. I'm sorry. Her skill, Eula's skill is weird. With how many? I think you're supposed to use like 3 skills per rotation, right? Normally. EQ 4NA hold skill. There we go. Sorry, it's EQ 4NA hold skill. 2 skills per rotation. Let's get a shield again. Use the whole. Okay, so yeah. EQE. Wait, it's not EQE. Yeah, I thought it was like EQE and then normal attacks and then hold skill, normal attacks. Or is it just one EQ or one E after Q? I'll do one E after Q, I guess. Okay. We don't need to get the cryo buff, I guess, right? So I mean, look, the cryo buff wouldn't be useless technically, but we'll just get the Hydro buff. Is obviously better for the team damage for Xilonen's artifact set, right? Yeah.
There is no escape. Hear the echoes of the Dori. Shudder. Flood of frost. I condemn you.
Let's get down to business.
Oh, the Eula experience. Stop. Stop airing. That kind of thing is just like it's just Eula. It's just funny. I thought it was gonna happen as soon as I saw how fast that health was dying. Let's try to not get the Xilonen 40% damage bonus for Furina. So we'll do like this.
Fake for mercy.
I didn't hit. I didn't get. Oh my god.
Rack and ruin.
Let it hit. Just gonna let it hit. Don't kill it, Farina. Yeah. I didn't see any damage. Did Farina kill it? God dang it. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah. We're still gonna whatever.
Flood of frost.
186,000 is okay. Did we even have Xilonen buff up though? That is actually the real question. Did we have Shilonen's buff up even? I don't know if we did.
One with nature.
The fairy.
Laid bare.
Everybody stand back.
I waited to do that on purpose so you could generate a shield. Wee for AoE Hydro application. That's why I like hands. Alright, let's just try to... What we're gonna try to do this time is...
Fake for mercy. Vengeance
just
will
let
be
this dude
mine.
die. 1, 2, 3, 4, and do that. Alright, and then we go over here. Right, we just let this land on. Yeah, there we go. See, that's what's probably ideal. There we go. Hello. We need more energy. Yay for Eula. Wait, we can burst on Raiden, can't we? We'll just do that. Get Eula energy back. I need to heal Raiden. There we go. Wrong trigger. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I condemn you.
That was not much damage. I think Farina buff was gone. That's because I had. Yep. 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 No, we can't. Oh man. Oh, Eula. Oh, it's Eula. Well. I hate Fossilors though, so a lot of the time, she's not Fossilors. You'll swap her for Shen, huh? That's fair. Shen has a character that doesn't exist though. Don't know if you realize this, Sylvian. Mahoya has decided she doesn't exist anymore. I did not need to do that. But sure, I guess. Let's just get funky with it. Do hydro damage. That's how we roll. You think it doesn't work? Well, clearly it does. Oh, I already had Bond, didn't need to do that. Oh, ended that a little bit early. Sword Hydro. Good job. Good job, me. This is what I get for messing up in the beginning. Isn't Shenhan going to be a 6.x character? No, I think you heard wrong. It's actually, she's in version 8.2. Supposedly.
Beg for mercy.
Illusion shadow.
So, let's try ending Eula Burst early, by the way. So we can spend more field time on riding, which might not happen on this dude.
Beg for mercy.
I didn't hold! Frick! That was not on purpose.
Shut
Well,
up.
it's fine, because we want to see big numbers. See? That's why I did it. I did it on purpose.
Beg for mercy.
So that I wouldn't kill him as fast with the hold skill that does 8 billion damage.
Shine down. Brave names
I will say this team rotates in an ideal way that like makes Xilonen not ideal for a healer, right? We're not going to use our burst here because that would be silly.
Hear the echoes of the Dori.
Healing tick going. Alright, do this.
Flood of frost.
Alright, we're definitely locate.
More speed. Eye for an eye.
Get the kill. Oh, you almost did it. Whoa, what the? Did he just push me? Is that what happened there? Did he just push me into the middle? It looked like I teleported. Ugh. Yeah, I do. I did it again. I do need to burst on red, and I'm aware. I'm just bad. That's why. My brain is just being like, no, I want to see the number while Eula is on field. That's what's happening. Show your Arlecchino build? I can't, because Mihoyo decided 500 years ago that for some reason stats are not allowed to be seen in Abyss, because you just can't handle that. So I'd love to, but I can just tell you then, it's a good build. It's 76 crit rate, 250 crit damage. I'm running Homo, so you know that's why the crit ratio is a little bit goofy. That works. Yeah. Anyways, so like the problem here like is like, okay, I could burst on Raiden. I guess I don't know. We can try bursting on Raiden against the first dude, but like you could just kill him without bursting on Raiden, so it feels unnecessary to burst him. It's weird. It is all this is.
Illusion shattered. Let the mountain flames boil. Vengeance
I didn't
will be
eat.
mine.
Good job.
Beg for mercy. Shut up.
It's on purpose, so I can burst on Raiden. It died, so I didn't even get it all. Yep.
There is no escape. Letting brave names echo. Beg for mercy.
I'm not gonna. Yeah, no, we're just gonna do normal attacks. The notable thing about Eula is like she can still like deal decent damage with her physical attack. Right. It makes her like never feel like she's doing nothing per se.
Freeze to the core. I condemn you. Torn to oblivion.
God dang it.
Shine down. Shudder.
Yeah. She's like I mean we got that one like 280k hit, which was pretty big. And yeah, I'm aware the Eula gameplay is bad. It's fine. But also just because like that's how this game works. Like Eula's a unit that wants to do like a specific combo ideally, but rarely are you in situations in this game where you can do Eula's combos. It's just I don't know. She's an interesting unit because of her requirements to get her damage, but it's like her damage output is just not. Come on, her damage output is just not that good for the requirements to get it right. Like if they made her today, if they made her in Natlan, like we can be real and like say she would probably be the same, except her big hit would probably get like instead of 300k there, she would just have like twice the multipliers. And she would get 600, 700k or something, right? That's my vibe. And she'd probably have stacks of a thing that you'd build up. Maybe she wouldn't do any damage or normal attacks, and you just stare at an enemy for a minute.
Letting brave names echo. Let the world Inazuma shines eternal.
I don't know, she's such a weird character.
Vengeance will be mine. Rack and ruin.
Also, this is physical resistant, so, you know. Hey, 200k damage. I don't know. Xilonen doesn't feel bad with her. But I do think my Theorycrafting C2 is doing some work here as well. This team is not super flexible with being swapped out. So, you know, it's very non-flexible. It's the opposite of what you would ideally want for Xilonen and Theorycrafting together. Nice. Let Eula get the kill. Get the kill. Yeah, there you go. Good job, Eula. We appreciate your contribution to making physical very good. What if instead of nuke you just use her as a normal attack DPS? I mean, it probably wouldn't be that much worse to just like just focus on her normal attack damage. If Yunjin was a little bit less annoying with her. I don't know. Yunjin, or maybe you just do Shenhe, right? Just do Shenhe, Eula, Xilonen C2, and then Fischl, and you're probably fine. Anyways, wait, was that 5 characters? That might have been 5 characters. I don't know. It doesn't matter. You get the point. It might make her feel better in some ways, but the enjoyment of Eula obviously is trying to engage with her whole gimmick and get the stacks built up and get to see a big number. We saw a couple instances of big number there, and it was fun. I don't know, Eula's a character I'm glad I have because she's quite unique, to say the least, as far as her kit goes. But yeah, she's a bit weird. She's kind of fun. I think, yeah, I am more interested in playing Fremine. He's starved for a reason. He's yet another unit that's like, I would like to build him. Especially because I have a C6 now. I'm pretty sure I'd enjoy him more as a physical DPSing Claymore, especially with Shatter things. I don't think Shatter will buff him that much, to be clear. But the Shatter shenanigans might be fun with him too. So the Shatter shenanigans with Eula might be usable as well. Does Eula become a better character with Shatter being buffed? EM Eula? Probably not, because Kaveh would make more sense, but, you know. Anyways. Is Eula still worth... no. But can she be usable if you like her? Yes. So, anyways. I guess, you know what, someone asked about Pyro, and I think someone asked about, like, Geo units or whatever with Xilonen C2 earlier. So, we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Let's do... You know what? Screw it. Let's try to just do it on the first side. Who am I missing? Navia. Bam. I don't know. Just do technically I should like swap these teams, right? But you know. Who cares? Not me. Hi Evan. Thanks for joining the stream. And this. I need to do that, but whatever. Who cares? Not me. Navia's not in that slot. Bing. Ah, Navi, I need to crit sometimes. Ah. Wait, I need to tap the pyro guy. Oh, frick. Well, I guess we brute force him. Oh, why is he so slow to brute force? Navia, can you crit? Lady. Why is she doing less damage? Oh. I see. I see. I happen to have stolen your weapon. I remember. Yep. This is a side effect of testing things. Yes. Who stole your weapon even? I don't even remember. Wait. Did I just yoink Dia? Oh, frick. That is not what I wanted. Well, frick. Here, do this. Put Dia back on this. There we go. And then... Oh yeah, Beto. Yeah, there we go. There we go. There we go. Now I swapped everything back, and Dia is fixed as well, which is good, because I'm using Dia. Alright, yeah, okay. Fixed. Problem solved, I think. Let's go. Attempt a number 2. Let's, what do we rotate? We do like U, we Navia, Q. Yeah, something like that. The exact order doesn't matter. Is Navi in the team better in Golden Troop? Yes, probably. I'm just not going to bother switching it. But yeah, so Navi and Golden Troop would make a lot of sense here.
Bring it. Imagine Bane's boil. Everybody stand back. Hey there.
Hey, look, you actually got damage.
Coming at you.
There we go. That's what I wanted to see.
Attack.
You got your shield already? Aw.
Hear the echoes of the Dori. Laid bare.
Just deal with the butthole.
This is where you fall. Overrule.
We're just gonna iframe our way through this.
Letting brave names echo. Bring it.
Told you, it works. You can just iframe through that. The burst animations. Alright. Don't get me.
Laid bare.
Yeah. Alright. Wait, no, that's not. That one. Whatever. Whatever. It's fine.
Brighten up the place.
Probably. Maybe. They're just gonna die. Yeah, that's fine. I definitely bungled up with everything. It's fine.
Oasis.
Things will die on this. Ow.
A little ambiance. Shower me with praise. Time to shine.
We need the energy.
Dead meat. Reconstitute. Fresh and floral.
No.
Aligning, echoing song.
I didn't take much advantage out of everything there.
You asked for it.
Whispers and Golden Troop and Navi, do you think it depends on how much you play her in the rotation? That's a good question. I don't actually remember what the trigger condition for Whispers is. Isn't it like getting crystallized shards? I think in that specific team, I think Golden Troop just makes more sense because you just swap her, you do big E, and then you swap off most of the time, right? And you don't have to worry about like the buffs and like getting crystallized stacks for the damage bonuses. I'm pretty sure Whispers in that team would be very similar to Golden Troop, assuming you're getting the full buffs up. But I think like how I'm playing it, I might not actually be getting the full buff sometimes. So I think it's a little weird. Basically, that's awkward. Do that.
Teamwork is dream
Didn't crit. 100k non-crit is something, I guess.
Bring it.
I didn't actually have Pyro on the enemy to crystallize there, but oh well. I guess it's fine.
Hear the
I didn't know.
echoes of the valley.
Oh, actually, there's not Night till there, so that's...
Down. Everybody
Mm.
stand back.
I make no claims that this was optimal.
Hey there.
There we go. Yeah, I mean, like, this team was really strong without Xilonen C2, and it's a little bit stronger with C2. Like, I'm getting, I think, 40k-ish higher. No, I think I saw up to like 270k, 260k. I don't know. It's getting more damage on Navia, right? And Arlecchino's numbers, I don't even remember what she was getting before. But it should be a little bit more as well. But ultimately, like, is it? I keep on doing. Why am I keep on forgetting to start with Emily. Frick me. And then I'm not getting burning going. Just being so stupid. All right. Anyways, whatever. Keep her dying. I think that I do not think is necessary to get. Yeah, I really need to play this team properly. I have not been using Emily properly at all here. Like, really terrible. I do not think Xilonen C2 is necessary to make that team strong, ultimately. Right? It just has, like, so much front-loaded damage potential at a baseline. It just feels really unnecessary. Butthole. Of course. Back, please. There you go. Yeah, do not. Yeah, I don't know. But, you know, some of my gameplay this stream has been really bad. Yeah, boy. Yeah, that team particularly not doing it very well. Eh. Restart this. Hey, look, there's a 300k. Nice, we timed that pretty decently, I think.
Hear the echoes of the valley.
I don't even really think I need to burst there on Bennett, right? But I could probably just... Eh?
This one's got your name on it.
Oh, I know that would kill. But anyways, I could definitely clear that faster. But yeah, I don't know. You can see like how quickly I can just start front-loading damage output doing these two together, and it's interesting. Even with having, you know, energy issues. No, I didn't crit. No, I want to demonstrate the front-loadedness. You gotta crit. Yeah. Yeah, let's try not burst next time on Xilonen. I'm trying to demonstrate the front-loaded damage again. I did it good once and then can't replicate apparently. Oh dear. Attack. Please, I just want a sequence of crits in a row to show the front loading. Please. Please. I didn't. Whatever, it doesn't matter. It's fine. Can I not attack those?
Hear the echoes of the valley. Laid bare. Teamwork is dreamwork. Proper send up. Coming at you.
Like, yeah, the boss was demonstrating his front-loaded damage. True. True.
Neutralize. Time to shine. Pressure.
I played it pretty decently for once. Yeah. This is just not gonna do much because he's already. Yep. Oops. Whatever. It's fine. But yeah, I really like DPS each win and yeah. The Dia together. Emily is the least necessary again in this team.
This will brighten up the place. Strike a pose. Time to shine. Let's see.
I don't have the I want to burst a Dia. There we go. All right. Right, like it's such a weird team because it makes such good use of Farina's variable Hydra application, wherein like while you don't have a lot of control over things, I don't know, you do actually have sometimes a weird amount of control over things, but you know you can get vapes on Dia, you can get vapes on Farina, and depending on like when you burst on Emily specifically, you can try to control like that extra Dendra application to specifically cause burning to happen during Dia's burst, or try to let Siege Wing go. Like it has like this weird vagueness of like you're pretty sure you can try to like get vapes on Dia or keep up burning to get vapes on Farina instead. But either way, even if you don't bother doing either or, you just get both. Like what you saw in the very end of the cube there was first I had Dendro going right on it, and I was just keeping up the burning and whatever, and that's good because making sure Emily doesn't lose her damage. And then Farina got some vapes, but Farina then has like her instances where she poops a bunch of Hydro really close to each other, and then it overwrote the burning, and there was there was Hydro on the dude for a second, which then Dia triggered a Vaporize on, I believe is what happened there, or maybe it was a Bloom got triggered. Like it's so interesting. I don't know. I mean, like this is all thanks to Zloifet, right? Like it's the balance, especially of like not C1, but it's the balance of like Siege Wing's burst also in there as well. Or like when you're doing everything optimally, the flow of Siege Wing's short duration burst into Dia, it just really works well. It takes some pretty meaningful investment to get Dia to do good damage still. It takes some meaningful investment to get Siege Wing to do good damage, but I have definitely tested this team without Siege Wing, right, on an R4 Aqua and whatnot. And I played it before I had C2 Dia as well, and on like an emblem build too, and it works. And it works with Nahida. So I don't know. It's a really weird and interesting team and how it plays. I like it a lot. But anyways, I do have to mess with C2 Xilonen and Dia more actually. So well, why not try it? I guess. Is Dia top tier Mulanni? Yeah, she's very good with Mulanni. I don't feel like changing my Dia build to the EM buffing build, but obviously Mulanni would be a little bit stronger with Xilonen C2. Yeah, I to be clear, not everyone plays Dia and Mulanni together. I like doing Dia. My favorite Mulanni format is burning. And you want some little bit of off-field pyro, a little bit of interruption resistance for Dia. The fact that Dia can be on Instructor's buff and on the Sumeru Craftable, and then you have the burning whatever going on. Like I really like the baseline of Dia plus Dendro unit for Mulanni vaping. It's not like the easiest big format for seeing the biggest number possible for Mulanni though, if that's what your goal is. So yeah, but I really like it. Anyways, Xilonen, Dia. What was I testing before? Was it Farina, Mona? Yeah. And like Mona again would theoretically want to be leveled up a little bit more to actually have her burst talent leveled. But let's see. I don't know. Let's see how much better it is. Obviously, Xilonen is buffing Farina meaningfully with C2 here, and she's buffing Dia meaningfully more. And we don't have like Bennett in this team, right? So the attack buff might show a bit more, is what I would guess. But anyways, we're gonna try to do this. I think I've gotten both crystallizes there. dude. Stop blocking. There we go. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. that was definitely a bit higher than it was before.
Let the mountain's veins boil. Strike the pose. Time to shine. Let's get it on. Hi.
It's 50k.
Shadows of fate.
Apparently don't have enough ER on you. Okay. Well, I mean, that's not Dia's fault, okay? You die. Here we go. Okay, okay.
Let my name echo in song. Buckle up.
Why?
Let engraved names echo. Let me scribe. Fate is upon you. Gloves off.
Nice. Raiden instead of Mona in that team. Why would Ayato become better? I mean, yeah, Ayato doesn't benefit from C2 Xilonen that much. Yeah, I mean that team is definitely you know, I think that might be like the best team I think for me now. Yeah, like I Bennett is weird with Dia. Like he's simultaneously perfectly fine a lot of times. He reduces her ER needs, which is nice. Right, like I had slight ER issues there, but I think in my situation, since I have Farina C2, right? If you wanted to simulate that team without the constellations, you probably would want like Mona on prototype Amber, and probably on a Maiden's build, because like, oh, I don't know, I guess you could do, no, you'd either do Noblesse with a healing bonus circlet, at least with prototype Amber, right? So you have a little bit of team-wide healing. You want some amount of team-wide healing, I'd say, in conjunction with Xilonen's. If you have the ability to do some team-wide healing in conjunction with Xilonen's only on-field healing, and you don't have C2 Farina, that could be pretty valuable. In my instance, I could probably make that team just feel consistently very good by putting Mona on Fav, right? And not caring about her doing a little bit of extra team-wide healing, since I can just utilize my C2 Farina and not have to worry about it. But you can also try to like swap it. You know, I don't know. There might be a way to do the same thing. Is my point. Without, you know, without needing to worry that much about ER issues or healing issues. Sorry, specifically. Just by rotating the right way with using Xilonen's burst at the right time is weird, is my point. It plays pretty well though, and it gets good Dia damage, so I don't know, as far as seeing a big number from Dia, that feels good to play. I actually like it a lot, and now Mona is on my list to level up more too. Yay! Wee! Yeah, I have, oh yeah, notably, like, yeah, that's true. I have C4 Mona as well, so, you know, Mona C1 increasing, the conjunction of Mona buffs with Mona constellations, right, is, where's she at? Here, give it a star. Also, does it, how high does this go? It goes up 2% per level, so I'm assuming, I don't know, if I take this to level 11, what, that goes up to, like, 70%? Ayato does enjoy soup and taser, so like it'll buff his teams. Oh yeah, that's fair, yeah. It's just, yeah, you can just still use Kazuha, right? But yeah, Xilonen could be easier for just keeping buff uptime or whatever. Dia is on 4-piece 4 Akashas, which is part of why, like, if you saw her getting like the 40, 50k vapes on her skill, why she was doing more skill damage, because 4 Akashas buffing her skill damage pretty meaningfully. Yeah, I don't know. I have like a number of different teams where I really enjoy playing carry Dia now, which is cool. Xilonen has enabled this team to be very enjoyable, because even if I don't get the crystallize on Pyro right, you still get pretty dang good Dia damage with the red shred, and damage bonus going on. It's 60% at talent 10. Really? It starts going down with less than, okay. So what do I need to take Mona to is the question, right? Well, first of all, just do that, I guess. Please. I already have these. Like, what? I need to take her to level 70, I guess? It caps buffs at level 10? Oh, okay. So I just take her to level 7. I see. Interesting. Okay. That makes her easier, because then I can just... Yeah, that means I have to do the level... Yeah, I think I have to do this ascension, correct? So I think this unlocks... No, it doesn't. I don't remember. Frick. I guess I can check based on Chiori. Yep, you can... Oh no. Shoot. I'd have to do the level 70 ascension too. Darn it. I was hoping to avoid this ascension, because this ascension costs a lot more resin. Yeah, oh well. It's not like the BL end all, to be clear. We're talking... I go to 60% damage bonus. It's 10% damage bonus. It's mostly not really important. It basically wouldn't change the experience using that team at all. So ultimately, I don't know. Maybe I just don't bother. Maybe I just don't bother. Just get her on a fab build and just be fine. Right? Technically, no blast would be best, I guess. Benny's using the... I mean, Bennett doesn't need to crit. I just have him on a crit piece because it's got a bunch of ER too. Shoot. Okay, well, here. Filter. Nobles. I mean, it's got ER. Yes. Why do I have no crit rate on my freaking dang pieces? Okay, well. ER, I guess. Yep. Well, I don't want to take my Bennett pieces. Here you go. Here you go. Do I have another crit rate circlet? I do. Down is on it. Alright. Sweet. Oh, wait, that's 5 pieces less. Look for a leveled ER timepiece. Bam. Done. Mona's built. Ooh. That's not good. Oh, wait, the circle's not leveled up. That's why. That's why. Yeah, we're fine. No, it's fine. It's not great, but it's fine. Wait. We can yoink. Why are you on that? I could have sworn Candace was on that for some reason. I guess we'll yoink that from Lynette. Bam. Fixed. There we go. Still want to level the circle a little bit, but... Is not enough ER? Is it not? Are you sure? With Farina, this is not enough ER? Farina and Fav? And Farina on Fav? Is that how high... Is that how annoying her ER needs are? I don't really want to throw that away. Right now. ER? No. Sure, we'll take it to 12. Wow, thanks. Appreciate it, game. Alright, but hey, look, it's a functional Mona, maybe. Mona never has enough ER. Well, let's find out. That's like the one team I'll probably use her in, so... Aim for at 300 plus for Farina with Fav? Are you serious? I know Mona is cringe for energy, but she's that cringe? Okay, what am I gonna do? Yeah, that's fine. We're going all the way through? Let's go all the way through. Why not? Why not? Let's do sure, that wasn't actually what I was gonna do Arlecchino, but yeah, screw it. We got enough Arlecchino. What weapons on Mona? Fabj. Oh, wait. Oh, you exit. Oh, I'm dumb. That was just dumb. That was just dumb. Don't worry about it.
Let's get down to business.
Bring it! Hear the echoes of the Dori! Time to shine!
okay hit from Dia. Do your dang shield. Why did I go over there? Also, why didn't I just group them? That's the real question. Yeah, I do need like a couple more ERLs than Dia. Oh my god, the cryo. The cryo. Also, why did it take that long to get to the shield? I have no idea. Oh my gosh, I need just like 2 more ER rolls in Dia. This is why you do Emblem Dia. That's what we learned. Alright, I'm not gonna go through. I don't feel like dealing with that. I think I was just checking the Mona ER. I think Mona ER was fine there. I think people were being silly in chat, assuming the worst case scenarios. I think Double Hydra with Frina alleviates the situation a little bit. So yeah, anyways. Do I have that team pre-configured still? I do. Yeah. I will actually keep this team here. Dia numbers. Dia numbers. Numabas. Yeah, there you go. Hopefully that's not a real word. Alright, so yeah, I don't know. Anything else to test with Xilonen C2? I don't think there really is. I still plan to make a video, to be clear. I don't know if it'll be out next weekend or after. My priority for next weekend's videos are going to be an account fixing video first, because I wanted that to actually come out this week, but then got distracted. And then I probably will make a Chiori video. Speaking of, I actually need to go and farm Chiori's talent materials if I would like to make that video. May as well use this team. What? Okay, what am I doing? What am I doing? Just use this. Ding. 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 There we go. Five Codex is better ER, but Boundless works better for Mona's normal and charge attacks. What do you mean? What the heck is Boundless? Well, I can just select a Catalyst user. I don't need to. You talking? What is that? Is that this weapon? Yeah. I don't. Mona. We don't need Mona to do damage there. Mona just needs to trigger Fav and generate energy for herself and for other teammates. That's literally all. Mona needs to buff. Mona is not there to do damage. Wait. We have another resin. I pretty much always prefer using Amber. I mean, yeah, I might switch to using Amber. I don't know. I just think it's not technically necessary for me, and the ER might be appreciated. So, you know. But yeah, I do think I need a little bit more Voracasha's options. Notably, I would like to get a double crit 4-line Voracasha's flower for Dia that has ER specifically. Someday, I guess, is the answer for when I'll get that. Or get C4, but apparently I win too many 50-50s, so I'm never going to get C4 Dia. Oh well. Oh, you're talking about a DPS Mona build. Oh, that's fair. That's fair, that's fair. Yes, DPS Mona on Ballad could be interesting. I think Auroron's kit looks fine. He has not inspired any meaningful ideas for me yet. He's just kind of mostly seems to be like, in some ways official alternative, in some ways a unit that can buff official. And yeah, I don't know. He's basically, by the way, basically if you want what it is. Auroron right now, you can do a little bit of off-field Electro damage. and he can use the 4-piece support set in Natlan, specifically when Electro Charge is being used. Which is not like the most common use case necessarily, but it's not useless. It's just a question of like, do you slot him in over like the other very compelling options there are? There's so many compelling ways to like configure a Electro Charge team, and like he's not made to like buff the Electro Charge reaction. He just does some talent damage and then can use the support set, right? Like he's mostly there because he can buff your other units. So I don't know, he just feels like an alternative to existing options mostly, unfortunately. Is my vibe right now, but I could be wrong. What? God, this domain is so tedious. Maybe we'll be getting your Sethos team. I mean, if I do Sethos Electro Charge things, maybe, but I don't know. Like, what if I'm doing Sethos Electro Charge? I'm doing triple Electro. Like, I'm not removing Fischl from an Electro Charge team normally. That'd be silly. Like, Sethos, or not Sethos, so like, I don't know, right? Like, what does the team look like with Auron? Fischl, Sethos, or not, sorry, Fischl, Auron. Stop pairing. So time wasted. The only way to speed up this freaking domain is causal. What does it say? Oh yeah, so like Auron, Fischl, the Hydro unit, and then like an Animo unit, right? that should be a pretty decent team ultimately. Like he's going to be a usable character. How good the team will be is going to be dependent on like what Hydra unit you put in the team. Ayato could actually be a pretty comfortable, compelling choice there. I do see problems in like if you're using Farina. I don't think you're usually going to use Auron. I could be wrong. Because it's just like, okay, if you're doing Farina, Electro Charge, Farina Fischl, you know, let's say Jean for your healer. And then you have another slot. And oftentimes you would just do like another Hydro unit there, right? Instead. So like, is Auron going to replace Xilonen in that context? Probably not. Whatever. So I don't know. It's like Auron has usable teams for sure, especially with Electro Charge getting a buff. He's going to be a functional character, but I wish they had made his kit in a way that wasn't just him mostly being there for the artifact set and then triggering a few reactions of his own. He's not like Kachina tier, where there's literally no reason to build him for damage, right? But he's also not like, oh, you should really stress out and trying to get the ideal artifacts for him. Like, no. You can kind of be... I didn't actually check to see if I needed to farm this mini, by the way. Oops, whatever. He's not like someone you're going to be too concerned about if you don't have, like, the balanced crit ratio or a good amount of EM on him. I'm not sure if EM or crit is better to build on right now. So, anyways. I can't promise I'm going to meaningfully level him up or not. His taunt is the most interesting part of his ability, but it doesn't do anything against a lot of enemies because that's how Mihoyo has made the game. So, yeah. It's weird. He's an interesting kit. He's not dysfunctional. Things of light. Let's see how many I can get. These are all for Chiori. Obvious. No bonuses. That's unfortunate. Alright, well, that's going to be enough for... I do think I'll take her burst and her skill to level 8, most likely. I don't know, I might leave her... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, it's either... I am not going to take her burst and her skill to level 9. But... I could probably take... Like, my main goal this week is to finish Chiori. I just need to get a little bit of these, farm a little bit of Spectres, and then need a little bit more talent materials maybe. But my choices are either skill to level 9 and lead burst at 6, or skill and burst to level 8. I'm not doing both. Try to aggravate with Cyno or Kaching with Xilonen. I did do Kaching with Xilonen earlier. Do some burst spammy things. I don't have Cyno though. Skill 9, burst 6. That's kind of what I'm leaning towards too. I think I need to look up the damage profile of Chiori, and I'll just do whatever the damage profile matches. Let's see. Chiori KQM. Do they have a full guide? I wanna. They do. Nice. Let's see. Let's go on this adventure to get. Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. I was baited by KQM here. I clicked on their link that said, like I googled KQM Chiori, and then this, there was a link for the quick guide, and there was a link for the not quick guide. I clicked the not quick guide because I wanted like a damage distribution breakdown, and they're just like, please use Chiori quick guide. Oh, I see. Skill equal level 90, greater equal to burst. Yeah, I do plan. Well, okay. I'm going to put her to 87. I'm sorry, because that will save me a good chunk of Mora, and it will save me a good chunk of Heroes Wits that I need for other characters. And I'll get most of the value of her going to level 90, leaving her at 87. Plus, she'll be easy to find in my inventory. Because I'll know she's right behind all the level 90s. Level 95 stars. Anyway, so I want like a. Do you have a damage distribution thing? I want to actually like know how relevant her burst is. They don't have a damage distribution. Okay. That's unfortunate. Calcs for DPS increase. Okay. Well, oh well. Yeah, I think I'll do level 9 skill and leave her burst at level 6. That's my intuition, anyways. The temptation to level her burst farther is simply because it will give a big number on screen. Right? And that's it. A big number on screen, nice. Sometimes, monkey brain. But I don't want to, like, my brain is fine with it in being in, like, set in multiples of 3. I don't like the idea of doing, like, you know, level 9 burst. Or sorry, level 9 skill, level 7 talent. Like, no. Or level 9, level 8. Like, no. If I'm doing level 9 skill, and I also want to level the burst past 6, the burst is going to have to be level 9 too. So level 9, 6, I think is what we're going to do. Which means I need a whopping 8 more of these. Which is very doable. Sweet. Yep. Can I do that? You know what? Forget. It would be nice to just finish this today. To be clear, I've been resin refreshing every day, because not more than once. I cannot stand more than one day. One per day. But, you know, my resource issues, I kind of just need to at this point. I will eventually stop resin refreshing, I think, if I get to the point of having a surplus materials. I think my intention, by the way, I haven't spent any resin and artifacts this patch. I think my intention is to not spend any resin in an artifact domain this patch. Like, I could definitely, like, it would be nice to, you know, get some utility of extra artifacts for, like, Mualani or whatever, 4-piece, or maybe Chasca, whatever, right? I could use more artifacts in the sets, right? But I think I need to gather like a surplus of resources, and I have so many units I want to build. So, anyways, yeah, don't resin refresh. It's bad. I resin refresh because I need to level more characters for content. I don't have to. I'll be honest, you know, I don't know. The DPS Kachina video, I don't know what the views are at right now or anything, but like the DPS Kachina video is at a view level where it's like, okay, I probably should have just done like a live stream for DPS Kachina. Like it was not worth the time to do an edited video, quite frankly. I've been saying for a while how it would probably make more sense for me to do many of my like weird DPS builds or weird build ideas in live stream format instead, as far as the views they get. Like even DPS Xilonen, which I thought would get more, like it's at like, I don't know, 20,000 views. It's not nothing, but like I thought it'd be doing a little bit better. And it was also a case of like my YouTube dashboard. It's like impressions are up, click-through rate is up, watch time is up, but then the video isn't just like performing okay. Like all the stats are up, but the video is still just only performing okay. And sometimes YouTube's just weird like that. It's just like, well, the main metrics you use to compare video performance or indicate like how a video is like will perform at the start of its release. Like it's a correlation, not a causation, right? There's correlation that better impressions, watch time, and whatever means more views. It means more eyeballs on video, but like, anyways, to be clear, the DPS Xilonen video was very much worthwhile to make an edited video on. But like the Kachina video probably wasn't. So, yeah. How's the Rosaria farming? I mean, postponed until what's her bucket is done, Giori. Think I should go for Staff of Homa plus 1,000 floating dreams, or should you save from Farina C1 and Mavuika? Probably Farina Mavuika, but I don't know if you. Depends what you have for other polearm options. To be clear, Staff of Homa is pretty valuable. I do quite like Homa. So I don't know, but Floating Dreams is also not very good in my opinion. If you want evidence of that, yeah. Anyways, Xilonen and Melt teams, yes. I don't really have enough Melt units leveled. Rosaria is a unit I want to play around with in Melt context, so it's part of the reason I wanted to level her. So the only Melt team I've meaningfully tested, because it's the only cryo unit I had meaningfully built, was Ganyu Melt, and it was very whatever. But I think those Ganyu problems, not Xilonen problems. What's it looking for? Oh yeah. Hopefully, is this enough? Will this be enough? That was, you didn't even give me an additional one, Sing Cho. You needed to give me one more. Okay, whatever. No, this is not enough. God freaking dang it. Dang it. Okay, well. Oh well. I guess that means I need to farm like one more run. Not doing any more resin. No. Not doing more resin refreshing. I refuse. I refuse. Is you. Yeah. Dia and Xilonen pretty pog ammo and Melt. Oh. You Melt. I mean, Melt. What does that look like? Yeah, it's a problem of like, you know, if we compare it to Vaporize, right? Like we can remove Farina and Mona here in favor of adding like Rosaria. And start having Melt Dia. Now Melt will have higher base scalings, but we're losing damage bonus from Farina and Mona, and losing Hydro Resonance, which is buffing Dia's damage too, because she has some HP. She is dual scaling, has partially HP scaling damage. So like, that's not evidence of anything. You just haven't leveled it up. It's not an amazing or needed weapon or anything. It's just decent. Yeah, I know it's just decent, and it's just decent enough at level 50. I don't need to level it up past that, because I use it on Sucrose. I don't use it on Nahida, because I don't care about it on Nahida. I don't care about Nahida doing a little bit more damage. I care about Nahida healing. But Rosaria crit rate buff. When you play for a while, you lose some 50-50s on occasion. I'm pretty sure I had Mona C4, by the way, before I even started making my videos. Where I was, you know, wishing more than I used to in the past. So, Like, I don't know. It's inevitable that like the cryo Archon's gonna do like a meaningful amount of buffing in conjunction with cryo application, and that would enable like Dia melt to be way more compelling potentially than vaporize. But like we're losing a lot of damage bonus. I'm pretty sure melt is just not going to be better. But it's something I want to play around with, and I want to level up Rosaria for it. Actually, I mean I could leave Mona in here to be fair, and have even more crit rate. Right. So yeah, I prefer Nahida on like if I really want Nahida to do more damage, I can give her what's it called? Well, one, if I really want to maximize her damage, I could do Widziv. But if I want whatever, I could do Sack Frags to give her more ability to like just use her skill again if I goof up on her skill, or when a new wave of enemy spawns. It's particularly nice for overworld and, you know, with trash mob farming, overworld domain farming, whatever stuff. Anyways, I've been hearing some rumors about new reactions. No spoiler, they're fake rumors. They're just people speaking out of their butthole. Yes, they might do new reactions in the future. I suspect they will when they introduce whatever the frick like Dane's Life is. I presume they'll do like a dark element and a light element. It'll probably have some specific reactions. It'll probably also be limited in some way that makes it boring. Sorry, I don't mean to be a pessimist, but I don't think any new reactions they introduce are going to be that good. I think it's going to be really, really weirdly niche specific things that just benefit that specific character that is those elements. It's not going to be like some reaction that benefits like Dia, right? Anyways, they'll do new reactions eventually, but not anytime soon. Anywho's, Traveler to level 90 a bad idea? I mean, if you're new to Genshin, pushing most characters to level 90 is a bad idea. I don't know. I don't think this is better. Is my point. Because like the additional scaling for melt isn't going to be so high that it makes sense. It might make sense. I don't know with the right things going on. And one problem, by the way, my Dia has for like vape teams is like she does not have any EM substats. But that's basically an impossible problem to fix. So oh well. Anyways, you have your Traveler level 90 and Dull Blade with no blast for lower accuracy. Nice. Nice. Alright, anyways, yeah, I think I'll most likely stick to this. But we'll maybe mess around with Melt Dia in the future, particularly if Rosaria alone can supply enough cryo to melt on her. We'll see, we'll see. Anyways.
Staring into my eyes is
Wondering Even Star and Nahida? Oh yeah, it's a decent option. I don't know, again, I just prefer the extra utility. I either prefer this or I prefer Fab, quite frankly. Like either extra energy, not for Nahida, but just for like for other teammates, or Prototype Amber for healing and energy for her, I guess. This is just like a minor way of like making her do a little bit more damage and also giving a team buff. That's a minor additional team buff as well, assuming you're using it with the units that care about attack. So, yep. Anyways, still salty about C2 beginning C2 Xilonen. I mean, it was like kind of sponsored to be fair, but yeah, it was lucky. Yeah. In conclusion, I should end the stream here because I'm getting a little bit tired. I need to mess around more with obviously some things like the cryo buff or whatever, and it's a strong constellation, and the fact that it's a supportive constellation is good, but I think it ended up being a little bit more boring on initial experience here than I expected. Mostly because of the fact that it pushed me towards using the stronger units in order to actually utilize, like, I don't know. I still think, like, Theorycrafting saying, like, though the Electro buff is pointless is dumb, because I think it's still the most fun part of it. And has much potential of use into the future as well. And I'm glad I have it. But if the circumstance happened where, like, I didn't get C2, I didn't get, like, win those 50-50s to get C2, and instead I had to like spend my Primo Gems instead of the Primo Gems like that I spent on Chiori, I would have had to spend those on Xilonen's banner to get C2. I might be feeling like I regret it a bit more, right? Right now it just is like it's a decent constellation that makes things stronger, but most of the situations that it makes things stronger, it's just unnecessary for me. Like, I just don't care. I don't care about making the Arlecchino Navia team slightly stronger. That team is already strong and enjoyable. It didn't need Xilonen C2. So yeah, did I try a full Electro team? I didn't try a full Electro team, no. I tried some burst spam things, yes. But anyways, there's shenanigans with it. I'm gonna mess more around with some things, of course, as I mentioned before. Notably kooky, and I'll probably make a video with more specific thoughts, maybe, to more oblately draw a line of if I think it was worth it. But honestly, right now, I'd say no. I don't think it was worth it. I don't think it was worth it for the resources. Yeah, my Mora is rough. I'm gonna have to spend most of this week farming, I think, Mora Heroes Wits. Yeah, I don't know. It's a strong constellation, but quite frankly, I think the vast majority of players would get far more value out of more characters, right? If you want her to do more damage, I probably would just... Or if you want her to do more buffing, I think it's an easier solution just to go for Peak Patrol Song. As much as weapon banner is kind of ick, this is a pretty decent weapon banner. It can give you Chiori's weapon in the even if you only have like 70 wishes. And again, if you really want Peak Patrol Song, then don't wish in the banner if you don't have enough to guarantee it. But I think it's an easier thing to do as far as like doing higher investment on Xilonen. Yeah, get the Paw Patrol is my vibe right now. I didn't test this weapon on stream at all, but I tested it a little bit myself, and it's like I definitely noticed it, particularly in context wherein like it was a little bit annoying to get crystallizes on certain elements, right? But it was to be, yeah, it just gives more damage bonus. It can be like the slight tipping point to make her feel more valuable. And I don't know. Do you need to get this weapon? No. Please don't wish on weapon banner if you don't understand what you're risking and sacrificing. But as far as wish per wish value, I think this is more valuable to go for compared to going for C2, because this is just so much more expensive, right? For what is ultimately just going to make the strongest units even stronger. Even the Electro buff was the same situation. But I don't know. Gotta mess around more with it. I still think the kooky weirdness has potential. I'll probably play around with set those more a little bit. But yeah. Among other different combinations of things. Yeah, I was kind of surprised how whatever it felt with Raiden. Like I couldn't just, I don't know. For some reason I couldn't feel out a way where it made sense with Raiden to just get an extra burst out. And I don't know if that means like I need like I guess if Xilonen was a Pyro or Electro character and she could slot into a Chevreuse team, right? With Chevreus's uptime on her buffs just basically being 30 seconds, and then it would feel really noticeable there, right? But obviously Xilonen can't go into a Chevreuse team. She would break the Chevreuse passive. So weird. Weird to think about, right? So slightly underwhelmed. Still fun for shenanigans, but not worth it. That's my conclusion. Anyways, lots of yap in this stream. Thanks for watching. I'll probably not stream tomorrow. Probably will stream on Tuesdays. On Tuesday. Probably. Don't know about what. Maybe a unit review stream. I don't know. Maybe Archon Quest if I feel like live streaming it. I don't know. I think Kazuha's still better. Kazuha, they have different roles. Ultimately, they're meaningfully differentiated. If you're asking, do I think Kazuha is better than Xilonen when I am factoring in C2 R1 Xilonen? Generally speaking, I'm pretty sure C2 R1 Xilonen is gonna make teams meaningfully stronger than Kazuha will. Than a Kazuha C0. But Kazuha will still have his relevance even then with grouping. And I don't know if you noticed in this stream, a lot of the times what I was doing was I was like using Kazuha for my Candace Arlecchino team. And that's a team where I definitely do want the grouping in many situations. So like, even though like Xilonen might make that team deal more damage, or like I could just do just Arlecchino, Kazuha, Xilonen would be better than the Candace variation. I still prefer that variation because I find it more fun to play. So, I don't know. Anyways, like I'm still think I'm gonna use both characters is my point. Even though like this does just make her like buff more than Kazuha, essentially always. Like even with factoring Kazuha's damage contribution, I'm pretty sure C2 makes her buff enough that generally speaking, Kazuha will not be better. But also the reaction buff next version will help him a lot. So I don't know. As far as C0 versus C0 goes, Kazuha is a more offensive focused unit. He does more damage. Xilonen has more defensive utility and a little bit higher buff uptime advantages, which makes her situationally better for different team contexts, right? She's a good character, but yeah. Reaction buffs are supposed to help non-swirl reactions. Swirl can apply other elements. Swirl can trigger overload. Swirl can trigger electro charge. Swirl can't... Well, no. Can Kazuha trigger shatter? Does Kazuha trigger shatter when he plunges? He might trigger shatter when he plunges. I've not tested that. But he can trigger super gun up too if he swirls electro. So it is a buff for Kazuha Sucrose. He can trigger shatter. Nice. Nice. Let's go. Shatter Kazuha. I don't think the shatter, like the shatter buff is good. Super gun buff is good. I don't know if it's like significant enough to actually like make those super relevant to spec into, but it's interesting. So I don't know. All plunges can do it. Oh, good. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess all plunges pretty much do a good amount of like poise. Yeah. Anyways. Yep. Xilonen, good character. C2 makes her stronger. Wow, surprise. I could have certifiably lived without it, and if I had spent the money I spent, but it was like not in a situation of I made money by making a video from it, and it was just I lost $300, I would regret it. I would have regretted it. So I want everyone to keep that in mind. I do not think this was worth the money. For me, I made money going for it. I wouldn't make money going for C6, but I can make money going for a C2 kind of thing. As long as I don't get horribly unlucky, and I didn't get horribly unlucky. I got decently lucky, right? So, yep. That's the conclusion. Don't get baited by constellations, but some of them can still be fun if you happen to have saved enough Prima Gems for it. That's kind of all. And we're gonna get Chiori C1. That would have been funny. I don't know why I did that. Gamba brain rot, I guess. Yeah, Xilonen's a great character. Bye.
1, 2... not so many as I thought. I'll get to them tomorrow.